got some
Right.
notes that kind of took and like things I wanted to talk about, and then the actual like plan, and then
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Ms. Smith, well, actually, let me do my thing. I call this meeting of the October 8th, 2024 PCSSD School Board to order. Ms. Smith, would you please call the roll?
Ward.
Present.
Thomas. Tate.
Present.
Me. Potter.
Here.
Keller.
Present.
Delaney.
Present. Okay, we have a student board member tonight. Dr. Tate, would you introduce him?
We have Luke Molesby, and he's a 9th grader at Robinson, right? Oh, and he's in the band, he plays the drums, and his long-term goal is to be an aerospace engineer. He would like to go to MIT, but he understands that's a really hard school to get into, but that's his top choice. He's in the Driven program, and his pathway is engineering.
All right, Luke, welcome. You're invited to participate on anything. I know this is in your blood. Your great-grandmother was a school board member, Ruth White Tucker. She sat in my seat, or I sit in hers, as the case may be. Okay, with that, would y'all please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Our next item is public comments. We have quite a few public comments tonight. I will read the preface and then call you up. We allow each speaker 3 minutes for public comments. I will keep time for us. Our responsibility is to listen to your comments. The board does not respond or discuss your comments during this time. You have First Amendment rights during your 3 minutes. My polite request is that for any complaints that name a staff member, please consider whether it is necessary to name that staff member in order to make your point. Thank you. Our first speaker is Florence Wiley.
The name before that.
Yeah, it's not on the thing. So you want the other one done first?
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
trying to put it before
Okay,
me.
okay. Emma Daughtry? Irma. Okay.
My name is Irma Daughtry. I'm from McAmmer. I'm speaking on behalf of Harris Elementary School, and which is with me is Florence, and I'm the treasurer of the McAmmer Crime Watch, and I'm speaking on behalf of the school and the stuff that has been done out there that they promised us that's going to be done to our school, the remodeling part, and the grades that the kids have, and they upgraded what they are in the first grade. The schools are. Harris is. And Florence Wiley is the one that's going to speak for the community. She's the president, and we want to know, when is you going to do anything for the school? Is it set up, or from the time for 2 or 3 years or 4 years or more that we haven't heard anything, and we haven't received any paperwork on it or anything else, and we haven't had any meetings with it, and they haven't called anyone. Each organization that we have in McAmmer haven't been notified, and we have 3 organizations out there, and haven't no one heard anything from it. And for the grades out there for the school, I know we just departed one principal, and we have a new principal. But we have to give her a chance to do what she needs to do to clean the school up. I know that too. And we have come up with ideas and stuff to help the kids with their grades, to bring them up from the upgrade average. And that's getting computers out there and tutors to tutor the kids. And you have different organizations out there that are alumni that donate to the school. We have all our churches donate to the school. We have all our organizations donate to the school. We want to know what's the problem is and why we can't get anything done for our school out there. And I appreciate hearing something from somebody. And now, the president of the organization will talk.
All right. Thank you. One moment. Stop. Custom. Miss Wiley.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
I'm here. First of all, I'm here to also what Miss Dolly said. Everything is true. I really don't have to say anything because those are mostly my concern also about the F rating on the school and the money that Harris supposed to be receiving. And I talked to Mr. Johnson about that yesterday. So I don't know how much and everything, but I would like for us to have a more communication with one another on these issues. And I talked to Ms. Ward tonight, and that we will be more open about communicating with one another. And this. Oh, and this is a positive note. I thank you, Dr. Naughty, for putting Miss Bailey out there. I really do thank you for that. We've had a conference with her. Everything is positive, and we're willing to work together with her. And that's it. If anyone have any comments or any questions for me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't even start that. Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Brittany McCoy Walker? Correct. Okay, got it.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm coming to represent the College Station community. I am a graduate of Mills High. My kids also attend College Station Elementary, and I just have some concerns. For one, I am PCSSD proud. I love the staff at College Station, the faculty, and the student body. I'm concerned about the infrastructure of the school. Again, just to kind of reiterate, there's not very little communication. Last year we went through students combined into one part of the building, basically due to a property casualty incident. I just want to confirm that we still do have, I think it's the $3 million allocated for College Station Elementary for their infrastructure. I do look on the website that you guys have for the building of the future. I have yet to see a timeline for College Station Elementary. That concerns me when I don't see anything for the overall project, the design, the state agency reviews, the bidding, or a date for the owner move-in. Looking at that data, what concerns me also is that when I look at previous projects, for whatever factor, I don't want to think it's the zip code or the student body, but the Sylvan Hills project, that $1 million for the band room, that was completed in 807 days. The Maumelle project for their sports facility, that project was completed in 708 days. But looking at Mills project, that's estimated to be 976 days. I don't know what all factors in to get these projects moving, but the fact of, me and the representative from Harris is up here trying to get at least communication on our timelines. Looking on the inside, from the outside, is it the student body? Is it our zip code? Is it our area? We may be small in quantity, but we are a quality school. So I just want that same grace given to us as is given to Robinson and Sylvan Hills and Maumelle. And our project is for rehab. It's not expansion to get more students. It's definitely in need of rehab. When we have events at this school, I have an uncle that was the first student at College Station. He's able to identify structures still in that building from when he was there in 1960. It's only so much construction paper and painting and, arts and crafts that you can put in the building to make students feel comfortable and welcome. So we would like to see that's in that plan and rendering that you guys have on the website. We would like to see that structure in our school facilities. It welcomes our student body. It engages them to be more, active in the learning engagement. So it's definitely needed. And I would like if we could get at least a meeting at our community school within 30 days to further discuss. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Jocelyn Pettis.
Good evening. My name is Joycelyn Pettis, and I'm here representing College Station Elementary. I am a parent of a young student at College Station Elementary. Ms. Walker shared some of my comments and some of my thoughts. We too have the same vision as to what we would like to see at College Station Elementary. As my son progresses and he grows at this school, the school staff is extremely welcoming and very communicative in what's going on and what's happening at the school. But my question is about the infrastructure as well. I would like to see some of those upgrades, especially before he graduates from College Station and goes on to middle school. So I was trying to see myself, when will we have a timeline? Like Ms. Walker said, she wants to see a meeting at the school. I too would like to see a meeting at the school, preferably within 30 days. I'll be there. I'll be there to represent part of the parent participation of those student body. I have my son here today, and we'd like to see some of those upgrades. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Mon.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing me again to speak. For those that I missed, I think Mr. Keller, last time I voiced my encouragement to you all to select Robinson as a high school to support in infrastructure. The school is now the second largest high school in the district. It saw about a 15% increase in enrollment last year. That's around 125 students. The school has already made accommodations to move 260 students into the old middle school building. For those that were around, we know that that was something we have worked on over the years to try to keep as part of the campus, but isn't necessarily the strongest environment for learning. What the students are having to do now, and the teachers from a learning standpoint, is it's lots of shared classrooms, lots of students sitting on top of one another, kids that drive parking in any available space they can find, grass, dirt, whatever, just to have availability to get to school. The options that were presented, for me personally, I liked option D. That was the academic classroom. I don't know through any of the Building for the Future projects that we actually invested in academia. I know we did a lot for fields. I know we did a lot for other things, and Robinson too has some needs that are athletic. But this would be a true investment in a large building with the promise of finishing the building out, I believe. So having the band room, having the storm shelter, having the building for science classrooms or whatever it's designated for, and then having the second and third floors shelled out provides an incentive for that project to be completed at some point in the future. The other thing I highlighted last time is the growing competition in the area. A good percent of the growth that Robinson has seen is coming from Little Rock School District, particularly the Pinnacle View High School. They have already started. We'll complete a $150 million project in another year and a half or so. We have competition with, just to go from Robinson to Pinnacle View, we passed 2 other high schools, so we are very competitive in the area. My experience on the board, what I'll say to close out is, I know that this district works best when we are voting on projects that impact multiple communities. So it's not me standing here saying I only want money for Robinson, but I realize that the money for Robinson likely won't happen soon if we don't have something allocated toward it. And I know that if a second lien bond in the future was presented that impacted College Station, Baker, other projects that kind of fill the gaps with the needs, there would be a high likelihood that that would be approved by you all because, again, it's multiple community impacts. I believe that's all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mon. Okay, our next speaker is Representative Springer.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. McNulty, Mr. Delaney. I'm here again as a member of the interveners. We've been at this for 42 years. The case of the Little Rock School District versus the Pulaski County School District is still a pending case, and there are still obligations that have to be resolved in this case. The last time I was here, we were talking about meals, and I see that meals is coming along just fine. Thank you very much. However, I guess it's probably more than a year ago, we were at College Station talking about plans for facilities in this district. And in that plan, we discussed College Station and Harris. And so now I'm hearing about some other facilities. So the question now is that schools within the county have to be equal. I mean, I believe that's the standard. So I'm here this evening to let you all know that there were promises made to the people at College Station and at Harris, well in advance of these items that we were having discussions about. I understand that you have some millions of dollars that are left over, you're constructing over there at Mills, but College Station and Harris should be considered prior to any of the other facilities. Mr. Porter asked me to come here. He wanted me to let you all know that he's watching this, and I have been too. I took out the time to come. I'm discussing budgets over at the state of Arkansas. So now I'm coming here this evening talking to you all about your budget. So I'm respectfully requesting that you remember the promises that were made. Ms. Bynum just reminded me that back in 2015, you all made promises to Harris Elementary and College Station that you were going to do certain things. So those obligations come prior to the ones that are coming up here recently. So I would hope that you all would consider making sure that you address the students in College Station and Harris. I remind you, this is the case where there should be equal facilities, and you all know what happened with respect to Mills and Robinson. That's a perfect example. Remember that. Those of you who weren't here, remember what happened. So all that has to be done is to make the comparison and present that information to the court. And I don't want to seem like I'm making a threat or anything, but those are the comparisons that you all have to remember. What took place at Robinson and Mills. And now we have College Station that you all promised to address. It's been more than, 2024 and 2015. So how many years is that? I can't do the math. 9 years. All right. So please, you all, let's get this taken care of, and then we can talk about the other facilities in the district. But you owe it to College Station and Harris. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Springer. Our last speaker is Ms. Parker.
You didn't want to try my first name, did you?
Kellanese.
Good evening. I am Kellanese Parker. I am with the Progressive League of College Station, and I am here to talk about College Station Elementary. I am a lifelong resident of College Station. We are a proud community, and we have residents. We have great residents who have come out of College Station, namely Doing Construction is one. He probably built some of your homes or some of these buildings that we're talking about. And for infrastructure from 1965 to still be in a school is ridiculous. So what I want to allocate, or what I want to speak on, is that College Station, and as Representative Springer brought up, Harris should be prioritized in this multi-million-dollar leftover funding that you have. It's my understanding that schools in affluent communities get funding based on how the residents or the communities surrounding them pay their taxes. So if that's any indication, and I could be wrong, but this is education I've been given, if that's any indication of schools such as College Station Elementary, Harris, and other schools in underserved, underrepresented communities, it should tell you that those schools are much more in need of this kind of funding versus schools in affluent communities such as Robinson and Sylvan Hills. My son is an athlete in Mills football, and every school I've traveled to, such as Sylvan Hills, Robinson, Maumelle, the school in Jacksonville, all these fields have etchings sponsored by this bank or sponsored by this company, represented by X, Y, or Z. I either see it on the field or on signage hanging around the bleachers or the fencing around the field. It is not fair, and we need to get funding into schools such as College Station. And the message that you send to the students, families, teachers, and faculty, and I'm not sure you reset the clock. I don't think I've been up here that long.
Just keep going. That's fine.
But the message that you send to these schools and these families in the underserved, underrepresented communities, such as College Station, Wrightsville, Sweet Home, is that we are less than. We are undeserving. My son, Jameson, is no less deserving than the Jonathans, Dawsons, and Jacobs that attend these other affluent schools. And we want our children. There are parents and families who are rising up to make sure that our young men and women are successful, productive members of society. We don't want a handout, don't get me wrong, but we do want a hand up. And when you have funding such as this that's left over, then why not prioritize a school such as College Station? 40-something years discussing promises and things like that you all have not made good on. That's unfair to us. And it's unfair to our students to continue to go to schools that don't welcome them, that don't have environments that are conducive for learning. Our schools are our students are very deserving of the upgraded technology, the media, the technology education that is setting them up to be successful in life. I am the baby sister of Austin Porter Jr. My father is a veteran. I am a 33-year employee for the Veterans Healthcare Administration, one of 2 facility data analysts and the only black female. I don't play about my kids, and I want them to be educated. I want them to be well educated, to be set up for successful productivity as they become young adults so they can give back to the community such as I am, such as my family has ingrained in me. So College Station and Harris need to be a priority in your allocation of this funding. It's time to stop making promises that you don't deliver on. So I want to thank you for the time to address you today.
Thank you. Okay, that was the list. Yep. Our next item on the agenda is the approval of last meeting's minutes. We have 2 sets. I'll entertain a motion on September 10th.
Motion.
Ms. Smith has made a motion to approve the September 10th minutes.
Second.
Ms. Ward has seconded. Discussion? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the 9/10 meeting minutes, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. The next up is the September 30th, the special meeting for the budget. I'll take a motion on those minutes.
Motion.
Dr. Tate has made the motion to approve those minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith had seconded. Any discussion? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the 9:30 meeting minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. That brings us down to our certified PPC presentation with Ms. Robinson.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney, school board members, Dr. McNulty. I don't have a presentation today. It's going to be short because I know we have so much excitement in this room tonight that that district office is ready to share with each and every one of you. Hey, Luke, how you doing? Good to see you. Down the hill now, right? Yeah. The certified PPC, at least the teacher representation, we had our election for teacher representatives, and Mr. Dupins is still on the PPC as well as myself. We weren't up for election. That'll be next year. But we do have Dee Austin. She's been prior on the PPC before, so she was elected, as well as Christy, and Dee is from Robinson High. And then we have Christy Brassfield. She's from Sylvan Hills High School. And then we have Dr. Lisa Kazar. She is at Robinson Middle School. So those are the teacher representatives that are on the certified PC, and we have 3 administrators that are also on there, and they're appointed by Dr. McNulty. So I'm not sure if they're going to stay the same, but they may. So I won't I won't share that information, but I'll just share the teacher representatives. And we are set to meet October 24th to just go over some things that we need to clean up in our PPC policies and our policies, and as well as other policies that will hopefully be coming forth to you shortly. Also, can you believe the first 9 weeks is almost over? I mean, I think this school year may be going by a little fast. But on the 16th, that's going to be the end of the first 9 weeks. And I know that all of our students have been enlightened, and they're just really doing, just looking at everything that's being posted on, our Facebook, on our website. You see the engagement of the students, in all of our schools, and we know that a large part is due to, number one, the students, and then number 2, the teachers and staff, and then, of course, the administrations and, principals within the buildings, as well as the support that's given from district office. So I do want to thank all the support that's given to our teachers and students from district office. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, classified PPC, Mr. Chesterfield.
Good evening, board members. What I came here for tonight, I was told that it's postponed until the next meeting, which will be in November. So as of right now, I don't have anything I want to say tonight. I'll just hold it off till November.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chesterfield.
You're welcome.
Okay, that brings us down to reports. Our first report is the first quarter Inspiration and Education Award with Ms. Duff and Ms. Peters. Oh, okay. Did you tell me?
Thank you and good evening. As you know, we do a quarterly Inspiration in Education Award, so it's time to give the first one of the school year. And it is given to employees who inspire students and their colleagues in their roles with traits like leadership, mentorship, dedication, and anyone can nominate a Pulaski County employee, parents, fellow coworkers. And this go around, there were 30 nominations, and actually there were 8 for the person who won. So I'm going to share just a couple highlights from what people turned in, and then reveal the big winner. So this person is the most respectful, courteous, and caring person on campus. This person loves the students, and they love the honoree. This person is a joy to work with. In the morning, they come hyped and excited for what the day brings. They keep the staff ready and motivated for a positive day, and I really believe that this person's spirit and energy lifts the morale in our building. Another person said this person spends every waking hour working with students. They have the unique ability to calm down students when they are upset, and all the students and staff love the honoree. The school would not function without this person. The honoree plays, loves, mentors the students, and they coach even though they don't have a student old enough to play. They are the self-proclaimed Lexia police, and when students are not working up to their potential, they will work with them and make sure they get caught up. And finally, one more, I watch this person excitedly encourage the students in and out of their cars morning and afternoon. I have yet to see this person have not so good of a day. He makes regular rounds around the entire school, making sure each department has what they need. I cannot think of a more deserving person whose effort should not go unnoticed. And the honoree is Mr. Derek McDonald.
College Station, all the way.
And we didn't mention it, but you do also get $250.
Thank you so much.
I also have what everyone said.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, congratulations. Our next item on the agenda is the Blue Ribbon Award with Dr. Sonia Whitfield.
Good afternoon. So tonight feels real good because we're celebrating all the work that's been done in many of our schools, and that's why we're here. So this first award is the prestigious Blue Ribbon Award. 356 were given across the nation, 3 in Arkansas, and one of those was right here in Pulaski County Special School District. So the award celebrates overall academic achievement and also the work in closing the gap. It's a very rigorous process to be awarded this, and Ms. Thomas and her team will talk to the work that went into this. But to even qualify, you have to be in the top 15%, all of your subgroups, top 15% across your state, top 40% in the state for performance, and equal or exceed the whole state improvement. And we all know, I stand here all the time and talk about growth and how important growth is. Because to close that gap is lots of work. So that means you're meeting the needs of all of your students who wear multiple labels. They're doing the work and closing the gap. So I stand before you to celebrate Ms. Thomas and her team, and she's going to speak about their journey to becoming a Blue Ribbon school. 2 weeks ago? We found out 2 weeks ago. In 2 days, we had a big celebration planned. Her staff went all out, a huge pep rally, the support of Maumelle High, UCA cheerleaders. Ms. Ward was there to help celebrate, but it was a wonderful event for the staff and students. Secretary Oliva was there, so we're very happy. But tonight, we want to hear your story.
Thank you, Dr. Whitfield, and good evening, board members. This is quite an honor. It's quite the accomplishment. It validates the hard work of not only the teachers, but our support staff and our students. Who's clicking our PowerPoint? Oh, okay. We do have a quick little slideshow, but I also brought with me my students. I think it's important that we hear from the student perspective. So many times we're here as leaders, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, okay. So many times we're here as leaders and teachers, but we don't often get to hear it from the student's perspective. I brought with me our student leaders from our student council, and so they will come up and speak with you in just a moment. But at our journey, we started in 2022 with the recognition, another national award with Distinguished School Award. Then the following year, Best Math Award. And then, of course, now we're here with the Blue Ribbon recognition. Okay, all right. Systems that we used, Abbott. Everything that we do is guided around Abbott, in the domains of Abbott, whether it's the systems, whether it's the instruction, whether it's culture, and the leadership. That's what guides everything that we do, and that's what we've done for the last 6 years at Pine Forest Elementary. Even down to the custodian, you can't hardly see the picture, but even our custodial staff serves as check-in, check-out people. They help us with interventions. Then they go back to their work. There's a designated time for them to do it. We collaborate. We have career day. We ask all of our parents to come in and support whenever they can. So a lot of good systems that are currently in place. Okay. All right. Leadership. I'm not just talking about the principal because that's not leadership. I'm talking about the students, student council. I'm talking about our teachers that are in the back of the room that are leaders. If y'all would mind standing up and waving, you wouldn't come up here with me, but I want you to get your acknowledgement. They're back there. So we have leaders, shared leadership is what we do at Pine Forest Elementary, so it's not just the administrators. And then the culture. We have a welcoming, warm environment, I think, day in and day out. We make sure that people feel welcome as soon as they walk into the doors at the office staff and throughout the school. So I think our culture says a whole lot about our school and who we are. Instruction. We have multiple merit teachers working at Pine Forest Elementary. I think a total of 5 that are at Pine Forest Elementary. And we have them in primary, we have them in intermediate, and then we have some of our specialty teachers. So we have wonderful staff and teachers providing instruction, targeted instruction to our students. So I'm going to stop at this point. I am a proud principal, and I want to share this moment with my students. And I'm going to ask that my first student council representative come and share what makes Pine Forest so special.
Hello, my name is Lamb. My school is a blue ribbon school. First of all, our teachers are amazing. They really care about every student and make sure we get all the help we need. Rather, you're great at math and just need a little help in reading. They always help us find a way to make sure we all understand. Our school also has really neat events like Grandparents' Day, festivals, and days to ensure everyone gets a chance to do something fun. There's something for everyone, whether you like art, music, or PE. This helps us learn new things and helps with what we don't understand. Our school feels like a community. We all work together and do our part to make sure everyone could have a great place to learn and grow.
Hi, my name is Riley Brooks. I am in the 5th grade. I have been a student at Pine Forest since kindergarten. I am also serving as the student council secretary for the 2nd year in a row. Pine Forest Elementary has been a positive place for me to grow and learn. It is a blue ribbon school because our teachers only want the best for us. They teach us to be leaders and take our education seriously. My absolute favorite teacher was Miss Kristen Cooper. She is special to me because she was my teacher for 1st and 2nd grade. Miss Cooper taught me to always believe in myself. I also look up to Miss Thomas as she leads our school and makes sure that we are on the path to success. I am so proud to be a part of such a great school.
Good evening, my name is Mia Montezuma. I'm a student at Pine Forest Elementary,
and I love it there. I'm so proud of my school for this honor. Miss Thomas, Miss Caldwell, and the other teachers are amazing. They help me and all students grow and be successful using Swarm. My family has always felt welcome at my school and love to come to all the events that they have for us. Lastly, the students at my school motivate each other to always be themselves. So fine, right?
Good evening. My name is Raylan Thomas, and I am the Student Council President for Pine Forest Elementary in Marmel, Arkansas. And this is my 4th year here at Pine Forest. My dad and I researched what it takes for a school to win the National Blue Ribbon Award, and there was one sentence that really stood out. It says that the award affirms the hard work of students, educators, families, and communities in creating safe and welcoming schools where students thrive. There is no better example of that sentence than Pine Forest. Pine Forest is a great place to learn, and I want to thank the teachers, the staff, the students, and families for being an outstanding example for others to follow. Thank you.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I echo the sentiments of my students. As you can see, there's tenure with the students. We've got one that started back in kindergarten and 3rd grade, so we've got tenure, and it is definitely a special place. I knew that upon arrival there, and we have just continued to do the same things and just make things a little bit better each year, and our hard work and dedication, it's proven. So thank you for the recognition. I appreciate it, and we're going to keep doing great things at Pine Forest Elementary.
Okay, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is National Economic Education Month with Dr. Whitfield, Ms. Cunningham, and Ms. Garman.
So October is National Economic Education Month, so I couldn't let this moment pass to share our partnership with Economics Arkansas, what they provide for our whole district, and also what economics education looks like beginning in kindergarten. So Economics Arkansas is our partner and has been for many years. They provide free staff development to our teachers. Oftentimes, teachers even earn a stipend, and they pay for it with their grant to encourage participation. Free resources. They provide 9 or so student competitions with like real money prizes and real life experiences other than just the stock market game. And also, Economics Arkansas has designated master economic teachers. And that's a hard process to gain that. So across the state, there are 24 designated master education teachers. And what do you know? We have 2 of them right here in Pulaski County Special School District. So they're here tonight to share what economics education looks like beginning in kindergarten, and it's quite impressive. So I call up Ms. Cunningham and Ms. Garman to share. Like I said, they are designated master economic teachers, and that is hard work.
Well, thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to come and speak with you guys tonight. It is National Economics Education Month, and we definitely take that to heart. But at Baker, economics is who we are, so we teach economics day in and day out every single day. Yep. So a little bit about myself. This is my 23-year 23rd year, in public education. I and Jamie both are master economics teachers. We're both AVID certified. We both have created K2 economics curriculum for presentations at the Real Conference as well as other PDs for economic education throughout the district as well as state, especially summer events. We both are two-time Bessie B. Moore Economic Award winners. I was 24 Baker Teacher of the Year, and I currently sit on the Board of Directors for Education Arkansas, Economics Arkansas, sorry.
Okay, and I'm Jamie Garman. This is my 18th year with the district. I'm ESL certified, master economic teacher through Economics Arkansas. Obviously, well, we're all AVID certified now. And we're both economics content creators for Economics Arkansas. We, present at their conference each summer and always give out, the curriculum that we create to teachers across the state that are looking for ways to be able to implement economics into their classrooms. I'm also a two-time Bessie B. Moore Award winner. And then this past, almost a week ago, then I went to Cleveland to receive my first national award, which was the John Morton Excellence.
So we were asked to come to talk to you guys tonight on why the economic education is important in elementary schools. Obviously, we strive to teach economics every single day at Baker, but some of the key points that we want to pass along is the early financial literacy. Students are able to learn how their choices impact themselves and others very early on in their education, even as early as kindergarten. And some of our lessons are also being taught in our pre-K classes, so we're very proud of that.
Absolutely. Decision-making skills. We know that economics is all about that. Everything you do once you get up each day is decisions that you have to make. Should I go to work today? Should I stay home? Should I tackle this task versus this one? So we want to make sure we're teaching our students how to make those informed decisions with the limited resources, that they have when they don't have jobs. And so we just make sure then that we're teaching our students also how to spend, save, and or donate some of the money that they have.
Another big thing is preparation for higher education. That goes right along with our AVID vision we have with the district. The kids are learning about making decisions, but also learning about the importance of careers that they may want to pursue, whether that's college and career readiness, or if that's a job that may not necessarily be a college-bound job. But it allows them to know what those opportunities are in the world.
And I like to tie a lot of my lessons to civics and things that are going on within our society or global issues that are going on in the world, so that it's not just in our classroom, that there's a bigger picture. We're going to school, we're teaching them how to look beyond where they are currently, and so bringing in those global issues kind of gets their mind thinking about, well, what could I work towards, or what type of job I'm interested in having in the future.
And the biggest thing is just promoting economics education that allows our students to define and apply economic concepts in their daily lives while helping them become productive members of society and citizens. So obviously Baker is an economic theme-based school, and we are wild about economics. Our theme overall is bees, trees, and economies. So about 5, maybe 6 years ago, we were able to create an outdoor classroom, and since this was a new aspect for our building, we were asked to write curriculum for our grade level. So I wrote the curriculum for K and 1, which entails bees, trees, and fruit trees, as well as tops and bottoms, like how the plants we eat and grow on top of the ground.
And then I took care of the 2nd and 3rd grade curriculum, and we tied everything to text, and we provided like the teachers with books and things that they could use to teach the lessons with, and then Byron works for Economics Arkansas now. She took care of the 4th and 5th grade lessons for us.
So Ms. Byron was currently a member of our staff at that point. Mm-hmm. She's also a master economics teacher who now works for Economics Arkansas. So she took care of that, the higher level grades for us. And this was just a way for us to be able to implement more economics into our school, but also adding in the nature aspect of it. The teachers are able to go out there, have classes out there, but also have ready lessons that they're able to go out there and utilize on any given day.
So we have just a couple of pictures here of our outdoor nature class. We use it for lots of cross-curricular activities, and it's just kind of been a great place for our students to get out into nature and learn about some of the natural resources and things too.
So Baker Bazaar, I'm sure most of you probably have heard about, is like our big babe. We had to shut it down, of course, when COVID came, and about 2 years ago was the first time we were able to bring it back, and it was phenomenal. So because we teach all these economic concepts from day one, by the time we get to December, we've covered the majority of the basic economic concepts. So we put that great knowledge to use. So each classroom has to come up with a project with their teacher that they want to sell to the public. So we invite you guys, we invite alumni, we invite parents, grandparents, the community, everyone comes out. And as you can see from the pictures, it's a full house. We host this over at Robinson Middle, and we're able to, the kids are able to come up with the product, and then we have to talk about what supplies we would need, what goods we would need to produce this, all the allocations. We have to come up with a business plan, take that business plan to the Bank of Baker, and we have to sell it. We have to have advertisement. We have to be able to tell the bank president what we're going to use the money for after we are able to get our loan. And then the kids have to explain that, yes, we borrowed this money, but once we pay our loan back, whatever is left is our profit. And they also have to know what we're going to spend that money on. So you have to have that whole plan entailed before we actually take it to the Bank of Baker. We do make flyers to put out on social media so people will know when this is happening. It's going to be the first Tuesday in December. You all are invited. We will be out at Robinson Middle again and to celebrate this great event.
It's really nice.
So kindergarten. I remember when I first started teaching, and my mentor said, this is an economics school. These kids going to learn economics, and I was thinking, what? But they do a phenomenal job at learning these concepts. They can learn them. They can say them back to you verbatim. They can apply them in their everyday situations. So one of the things that we do every single year for kindergarten is we host an annual career hat parade. In fact, we had it yesterday. And the student body comes out to support us walking down the hallway with our parade. We send home this pre-cut hat, and it has just a little blurb that says, I am a blank. So the kid has to take it home, talk to their parents, think about what they want to be when they grow up. But it's not simple as just putting the name of the career on there. They have to come up with the goods and the services that they would do and produce, what natural resources, what capital resources, what human resource they want to be. So they have to really put a lot of thought process in it. A lot of them dress up, and they're in full attire. And then also, it coincides for the last couple of years with the big project that third grade does. They do replicas of Little Rock businesses. So they do a box city project where they create all the different businesses in Little Rock, and then they have to entail some different information about that. So our kids are able to look at that, talk about their careers, and coincide with the businesses that are right here in Little Rock. Another big thing we do at kindergarten is like a annual thing that we have done for years is during the fall we talk about apples, the life cycle of the apple tree, the parts of the plant, all the things we do. We have a big apple extravaganza tasting where we taste all different type of apple products, and then we wrap it all up on that Friday with our big lesson on how to make an apple pie and see the world. So as you can see, there's Avid graphic organizers we used this year where they had to taste different types of apples and determine which ones were their favorite. The picture at the bottom is all my kids wrapped around the table, and we talked about all the products and the goods that we would need and the intermediate goods to be able to produce that pie. And then we put them all together, made the pie, and we're crazy enough to have all 4 kindergarten classes in one classroom while we're doing this. Teachers in the middle and the class around, and it's always a fun time. And then we even put our little initials on the top, so when they come out the oven, we will know what class they go to. But the kids can come and tell you everything that they learned that week from across the curriculum, with apples, tied into economics, geography, science, social studies, reading, math. It just teaches across the curriculum, so it's a great event that we do every single year.
Okay, so when it comes to implementing the economics into the classroom, I look for other ways to bring it in. I know sometimes teachers can think it's a lot, or that they have to go out and do extra things. Well, I was going to teach this particular day a lesson on opportunity cost. So I was going by Shipley's on John Barrow and to pick up donuts that day, and I was like, oh my gosh, because they have this big viewing window. And so I actually asked them on the front end, hey, I see all of your capital resources that you guys are using to produce the donuts, and your human resource, he's back there making them. So is it okay for me to take pictures? And he was fine with it. So then I was actually able to do more with my lesson because they allowed me to do those things. We couldn't take a field trip there, but I can bring then everything to the classroom just with something I was already headed out to do. So sometimes it's easier to just think about what you're planning on doing, but then bringing in the economics based on, and you're not having to think of something totally different in the meantime. I was able to then expand on that lesson a lot more based off of just me snapping some pictures and sharing it with my students. And this is later in the year. I like to do a lot of room transformations with my economic units, and so this is just a book that we read in the fall around Thanksgiving. And so then I decorate the room, and then we do different tasks throughout the week that coincide with our economic lesson that we're going to be doing on Friday. And the kids work to earn points throughout the week. So then there's some math and things that are implemented within the lesson too. And so we just added a few other pictures in here too. I like using hands-on activities with my kids because I've found in the end that they retain the information more. And so pulling in and the kindergarten, they do a lot of baking and things. So it's just a way for us to be able to cover a lot of those concepts more frequently. And it's hands-on. You get the math and everything that's involved too. And the kids are up and being active in the classroom without having to just do it, one way at their seat.
So one big thing we like to do to wrap up our kindergarten year is to have an ice cream social. But we can't just have ice cream, so we throw a little economics or a lot of economics into it. It's our last big hurrah for economics for kindergarten. So we have the big banner. We want ice cream. The kids are like ice cream, and you scream, we all scream for ice cream. But before they are able to enjoy those tasty treats, we make them recap all the events, all of the concepts, all of the definitions they've learned. They have to apply them, be able to use them for resources. And then they have to make some decisions about what type of ice cream they want, because usually it's 3 or 4 varieties. They have to talk about what toppings they would want. And we would tell them they hopefully don't have a scarcity of resources when they get up there. No Skittles have ran out. So we tie all of that in, and then they're able to recap the year and then enjoy some nice tasty treats at the end.
And these are just a few of the things, that we do. I like to tie in, if you, look at the calendars with the holidays that are coming up, that's an easy way to bring in economics into the classroom too. And this is just one that I did that was a new one for me this year when I figured out Hot Cocoa Day was during the school year for us and not over the holiday break.
So while we're busy teaching kindergarten and second grade all day, every day, we very much are committed to our partnership at Economic Arkansas. As I said, we present at the Real Conference every single summer and in different types of events throughout the year as well. At Baker, we truly, truly, truly believe that economics is not what we do, it is who we are. So we thank you for the opportunity to come present tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to give us your time. And we hope you guys are going out and being great, teach some great economic lessons.
So Ms. Garman glazed over like it was no big deal, this award that she won. So it's a National Teachers Award. One elementary teacher wins that award nationally. Wow. And she was that teacher, and she just glazed over that. But I'm going to read something to you. If you have no idea about these two teachers, I'm going to read something about Ms. Garman. But with DSEG, we had magnet schools and specialty schools. Economics was Baker's specialty. So they received an allocation for an economics teacher and funding. Well, that went away. But because of the commitment of these two and recognized the value, they said, well, maybe they were voluntold to keep it going, find a way to keep this going. And
probably the two of them single-handedly started writing curriculum, took on, training the teachers, never missed a beat. So I commend them for seeing the value and making it work without costing the district one penny.
Wow.
But back to Ms. Garman. In her second grade classroom, Jamie brings learning to life by transforming the environment into various real-world scenarios. Throughout the school year, her classroom has metamorphosed into a circus, a science lab, a farm while studying Charlotte's Web, a football field, Disney World for a Disney sing-along, and even a factory producing goods. Students were particularly awed when they walked in to find their classroom turned into Hollow Glow Wing, and again into Winter Wonderland Ice Cream Land. These imaginative and immersive settings deeply engage students, allowing them to understand and apply complex economic principles in practical, enjoyable ways. So we're very proud of you, both of you, the way you engage students beginning at 5 years old.
Wow.
So, again, we commend you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Whitfield, Ms. Garman, and Ms. Cunningham.
Dr. McNulty, I asked you come down.
And then,
this one?
Ms. Harris needs to come
She's
up.
going to. So we are here tonight for another awesome celebration. We have a Teacher of the Year in our presence. So just start making your way on. So I asked Ms. Harris to talk a little bit about her teacher, but before I did that, I'm going to read a couple of quotes. This prestigious award recognizes Ms. Wilcoxon's unwavering commitment to her students and her innovative approach to teaching, said Chenal Principal Yolanda Harris. Her innovative teaching methods, dedication to her students, and her expectation that all students will grow make her a true role model for educators across the state. She's consistently demonstrates excellence in the classroom and a passion for fostering student success. Ms. Wilcoxon serves as a perfect example of excellence of teaching, Oliva said. Not only is this evident in her daily interactions with students in her classroom, but it's also reflected in her students' test scores. At PCSSD, we are truly fortunate to have Ms. Wilcoxon as a dedicated and passionate educator, said Dr. Charles McNulty, superintendent of PCSSD. Her commitment to excellence and her unwavering support for all her students reflects the highest professional standards. Now the entire state of Arkansas can benefit from her brilliance and her invaluable gifts that she shares every day in her classroom. We celebrate her impact and look forward to seeing her continue to inspire others. Jeannie Wilcoxon is the kind of teacher every parent wants for their kids to have, Governor Sanders said. Whether it's in math class, the Lego club, or the coding club, Jeannie finds ways to ensure every subject is fun and every student has the skills they need to succeed. So I've read you just a few quotes. Ms. Harris will give you more information, and Ms. Wilcoxon will make her way to the front.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to come and recognize Ms. Wilcoxon. Ms. Wilcoxon is an exceptional educator. Her passion for teaching and learning is evident in her annual test scores. Her math test scores have been in the top 5% for the last 10 years at Chenal Elementary. That's a celebration. And that's the top 5% of the state of Arkansas. Her dedication and commitment to making sure all students make growth is unmatched. Looking at her assessment data for this first quarter, she already has 41% of her students above grade level. So
are so elated to be here this evening. This recognition is long overdue. We are very honored to have her to represent our district and our state as the Teacher of the Year.
I just want to say this whole experience has been nothing short of amazing. I have a lot of people to thank and be grateful for. For the past 25 years, I didn't make it this far without all the support, and I've had a mountain of that, especially with Ms. Harris at Chenal. Not only her, but my instructional facilitators, my students, my parents, the community, everybody at Chenal. Their unwavering support has made this possible for me to grow and be able to teach kids and show my passion. And I'm just truly, truly grateful and blessed, and hope that I make PCSSD proud. Good job.
So we will be consoling Ms. Harris because that means Ms. Wilcoxon will be out of the classroom all of next year, fulfilling her duties as Teacher of the Year. So I know her students, especially the students coming up who are expecting to have her next year, well, y'all will have to prepare them. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, congratulations.
Mr. Delaney, is it okay if Luke says something now?
Yeah.
I wanted to say, I've only been in here since the start of middle school, but I will say out of all the teachers that I've heard, like my friends and stuff who have been here from the start, there's one name that I have heard a lot, and that's Wilcoxon, for a good thing. They've talked about how she was probably one of the best teachers they've had, if not the best. And I actually recall someone within the last couple of weeks saying that she was the only reason they actually understand math.
Wow.
And that, yeah, just that it was a really important teacher.
Love it.
Okay. Our next item is financial updates with Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Board. You should have a copy of the financial statements for September 30th, 2024. This report details funds 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it will also explain the revenues and expenditures. If you see at the very beginning, our beginning balance was 11.5 mil. Our current revenues for the month is 4.6. Our current expenditures for the month was 12.2. And then our ending legal fund balance is as stated. Our categorical funds, we are looking at $668,000, and our current net legal balance is as stated. If you look below, our actual tax revenue that we received was $10.6 million, and we are actually up $766,000 for this time in September 30th, 2024. Our actual food service balance is $1.9 million, and we're on the plus, and this looks really good at this point. Do you all have any questions for me?
Mr. Williams, we're expecting our taxes to come in this month, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Williams? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, we have our construction updates with Mr. Johnson.
Board, good evening. We'll start the updates off as follows. Mills High School is moving along at the same pace as it was last month. They've moved to the second floor as far as masonry work and the mechanical pieces that are being put in place, and they're still moving at a really good rate as far as the school goes. The arena, thank God, about a week and a half ago, we started to receive the steel in, and the erection of the arena is basically taking form and shape right now. It looks pretty good, and they're moving right along with the masonry guys as far as building that structure and topping it off. In the process of that, the mechanical folks are still doing their thing as far as plumbing, HVAC, and electrical, so we're still moving at a good pace. The girls' softball field and the concession stand area are moving along at a good rate. The projected time frame to be done was December. I think we're going to push out just a little bit just to make sure the fine tuning is squared away. But the second dugout is being taken care of. The curb concrete is being poured. They're making great headway there, and we're moving that process along. Those are the updates for Mills High School. Updates for College Station. The architects have finally got a plan together, and they submitted it to the health department for review based on the submittal that was done today. They plan to visit with Little Rock Planning for review starting tomorrow. And upon completion with Little Rock Planning and the health department's review, they'll move it to ADE for their consideration. Once we have approval from ADE, we'll forward that over to the insurance department for them to do their assessment to determine whether or not they would like the building rebuilt or will basically pay us for the cost of the building. That cost was projected to be 2.5. We won't know the exact cost until we bid it. That gives you an update on College Station as it pertains to the construction of Building 1 and the issues with Building 1. Those are the current construction updates. Are there any questions I can answer for you?
Yeah, concerning College Station.
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't stated before that, we had permission to, from the insurance company, excuse me, to either rebuild, that we could use the money to rebuild. Did we get permission to
We did.
rebuild?
I gave that report roughly several months ago.
Right.
In talking with Ms. Shannon Moore with ASBA Insurance,
Mhm.
that was a poignant question that was asked, whether or not that funding source could be utilized towards the new construction that we were looking at basically, or rehabbing of the building. She had tentatively said that would be okay, but we have to finish walking through this process for the release of the funds for insurance purposes. So the claims adjuster, anything above $750,000 goes to Lords of London. Lords of London has a criteria that's in place that they need to have in order to make consideration on the funding source. So doing the architectural work, getting all the approvals, bidding it out gives a final dollar amount and plans for the underwriters for the insurance department to be able to make a final approval.
Okay, so I've been over there several times.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what is that stuff that they put on top of the building that look like construction paper? What is that? What is that?
That's please forgive me on the terminology. Also, it's a TPO roof that's on top of it. It's actually a new roof that was put on. The problem came into play with that building was that the insurance representative drug his feet on basically resolving the issue. Okay. So we had straight line wins at Harris Elementary and College Station at the same time frame.
Okay.
Within a couple of days, we started to react to Harris from an insurance perspective, but Mr. Brigance pretty much drug his feet as it relates to College Station. In doing so, that left the roof fairly open for almost 2 months, and water basically entered the building. When we talked to him a couple of weeks before school starting of last year, he scrambled to get a roof on the building.
Right.
But subsequently, the interior of the building was already damaged. So we're here now trying to resolve that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll get a final amount once they finish what you said that they need to.
Yes, and I'll give you the following. Health Department review should take a week, maybe a week and a half. We'll get that information back. City of Little Rock review should take approximately 2 weeks. Once we get those back, we're looking at 2 to 3 weeks between the two.
Okay.
It goes to the state. We're optimistic that we can get that turnaround at the state fairly quick, roughly 2 to 3 weeks in that process. So we're targeting 4 to 6 weeks as far as the final turnaround of approval for state approval to bid it out. Once we get that, we'll look at a 30-day bid process to put it out for bid and get pricing back.
So right now, it's unhealthy to have any students or anything in that building.
Building 1 is pretty much off limits. Okay. And it's gutted on the inside. There's no use for that building. Matter of fact, we did saw cuts to look at the foundational support pieces within to see if we're going to have to basically redo the foundation of the building. In our estimation, roughly, the building has to be replaced thus the initial estimate from the architects of $2.5 million to replace it.
If you don't mind, Ms. Evans, are the bathrooms being used in that building right now?
They are.
Ms. Evans, could you come up here to the box?
I apologize. Good
That's
evening,
okay.
everyone. I'm Miss Evans, Preston College Station. So right now, it depends on the day. Some days they're functioning, some days they're not.
Okay. Because I know that was causing all the students have to kind of use the same bathrooms because we're limited on space.
Yes, ma'am, or walking to the safe room to use the restroom.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So this situation with College Station does create hardships for the campus community. We're reacting the best that we can in the circumstances, but we are where we are right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
Just one.
Yes,
I just want to confirm Mills ETA for completion, is that still summer of next year? I think before I had written down that it was July of next year.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Potter. Please finish.
It's okay. Am I wrong? It's okay to tell me I'm wrong.
No, I will never do that. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I think we targeted July of 2025.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I just want to make sure. It seems like everything is moving pretty quickly over there.
Yes, ma'am.
Coming along well, so maybe we'll end that a little bit ahead of schedule, hopefully.
If we can make up ground, I'm all for it. The team is moving really, really good right now. It helped that we have not had a lot of rain as of late, which is a bummer to a degree. But at the same token, from a construction standpoint, it allows our folks to continue to move.
Yeah, it's looking good over there.
It is.
A lot of progress.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, sir.
to piggyback off of the Mills questions, the softball field.
Yes, sir.
I see that a lot has gone on with that. That's moving along nicely. Was there a small delay with respect to when that could be turned over? Is that's intended to be turned over prior to the other buildings, right?
That's correct. It was initially stated when we first got started, October.
Mm-hmm.
October turned into December.
Mm-hmm.
December issues were slighted because of steel issues and receiving the steel. And there's a question that I have right now on what they're thinking they're going to project. But I think the biggest piece of it was getting the winter sod down, so that the roots will take, and then also getting the turf in. So once they get those pieces in, the curb and the final concrete poured and the second dugout built, we should be good. That should be 30, 45 days.
Okay. So it could slip past December too. Is that the way I should?
I'm pressing for that not to happen.
Okay.
Mr. Delaney.
But softball would probably need it maybe around February or something like that to be able to utilize it for the season.
Absolutely. Well, and I would like to have 60 days prior to, just to make sure any ancillary pieces or adjustments that need to be made, we get a chance to address those prior to the season.
And the concession building, to my eyes, that looks like it's almost completed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that includes the bathrooms in there too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other question on Mills, it occurred to me, this maybe should have been a question that was asked the first time we did this in 2017 by the board, but to your knowledge, have there been any change orders on the Mills project since the board approved it?
There's not any change orders that I'm aware of as far as change orders. You do have one that's coming, and we're preparing for that now, and that's going to be the sewer platform. So when we tied off and killed off the old sewer pond that we had and tied into the main sewer system, it did not have a filter, if you will, for that process. So everything that comes out of our four buildings goes straight into that pump, and if it's something that's such as a paint can or something else that have gone through, it shreds their pump. So we're putting a filter in place to catch that debris, to save the pumps, to keep us basically flowing. Because if not, they have to, the sewer authority has to go in and rent a pump station to tie into their system to keep that system active and moving. And that's a very costly process. We repair our pumps during COVID. due to sanitary wipes or sanitizing wipes that were used across the district. When those pumps go out, they run anywhere between 18 to 25,000 to replace. And so we're trying to stave that headache off, because if that pump breaks down, it affects all 4 buildings on this site.
Okay. So the change order would be something, usually when you do a change order, it's not contemplated as being inside of the project. There was something either that was thought of later or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's going to be outside the scope.
And so that change order, is it significant enough that it should come back to the board for approval?
We're estimating that cost to be about $300,000.
Okay, so that would be a $300,000 addition to the Mills project.
That's correct.
Okay. But as a change order, it does not rise to the magnitude of the change orders that we saw in 2017, which changed the scope of the project in a way that made us not compliant with the court.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
And anything that's substantial, I'll always bring that to you guys for your consideration.
Well, I know, the reason I did this is because it occurred to me that if this question had been asked of somebody else in this room in 2017, 2016, we might have known something sooner. And so I thought, let's not make the same mistakes, even though we're dealing with different people.
Absolutely.
So that's why I just wanted to hear that what the status of any change orders were, and it sounds like it's not anything that would jeopardize the equity piece of doing Mills, right?
Right, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Now, my question on College Station. I just want to get some context on this because I've heard it different ways. So you've explained it very well. I just want to understand sort of like what happens here is all of this work is going into with the insurance and everything. Is the goal here to replace building 1, the damaged building, or is the goal to, because I'd heard that, for example, we could get a check or something cut for College Station and then use it for improvements on the other buildings and sort of abandon building 1, for example. Those are my words. I don't think you said that, but essentially put the money into improving building 2. So what is the current plan with respect to the insurance process? Is the plan to come out on the other side with a functional building 1 again, put it back the way that it was, or is the plan to liquidate the money and then put improvements into building 2?
So I think the overall plan throughout it all, in the process that we've gone through, is justification of the funds. As far as indemnifying us as a district.
Okay.
So once we can justify and say, okay, hey, listen, based on everything we've done, bringing it up to code, based on everything, here's what the bid price is. So the insurance company, this is what you owe us. As far as what we do with that funding, right now we're projecting at 2.5. It's at the discretion of the board on whether you say, hey, let's put it back into original building 1 to redo building 1, or take those funds and basically put it into a new building that we talked about previously. At that point in time, it's strictly about the board making a decision for those funds.
So the work that you're doing right now would be necessary under either circumstance, but you're essentially like replacing building 1, putting it back, or putting that money into building 2, right? Like
That's correct.
And so you're essentially proving to the insurance company what they owe us to make us whole.
That's correct.
Okay. So there's still a decision to be made at the end of this process once that number has been arrived at, whether we go in the direction of building 1 or we use the money for something else other than building 1, right, at College Station.
It's my understanding where we stand right now. That money is kind of outside of a decision that probably needs to be made either way, whether it's to replace building 1 or to go with the new process for renovations. I think that's in addition, that money from the storm damage is to basically enhance what you do, one way or the other. At least in my opinion.
So in your mind, is repairing building 1 and putting it back to the condition it was before, it's not something that you would recommend, right?
No, absolutely.
Okay. But you're going through that process of finding out how much it would replace just to satisfy the insurance process, and then there will be a decision made what to do with College Station's money, essentially, that comes out of the insurance piece.
That's correct.
Okay. And you think that, because all these approvals, like health department, city review, state, is just a necessary part of the process of getting to that number with the insurance company?
That's correct. And the insurance company is paying the architect fees and the design fees for that.
And I'd also heard, just as a practical matter with with any elementary school, I believe, but College Station is specific here, that it's not our preference to do construction on campuses with elementary students there. Is that your opinion, or let me put it a different way. Can you do construction work at an elementary school while it's in process like this?
I would prefer not to.
Okay.
In essence, it's like herding cats to a degree.
Mhm.
And I hate to use that terminology for that. At Mills and at Sylvan Hills, for the most part, and even at Maumelle, it was safe. But if I had a preference to keep kids safer, if you will, I would choose not to.
Okay.
And do the building and be done with it.
Okay. All right. So essentially when we arrive at the money and make a decision, it would probably be your preference to start over the summer or do something. So it couldn't happen really inside of this year without a lot of accommodations at that school, right?
Oh, absolutely. We would have to, as a team, determine how we would move forward. The good thing about this is you'll have a design prepared for if we decide to do building one. And we stopped at a working level for a new building. So it's fairly simple to go through and finish up the new designs that we've already started. We just have to make a decision which way we go. At that point in time, it'll be us making that decision.
Okay. So you thought in terms of weeks to get to the state decision, and then there's an insurance play after that. When would you, just guessing, and we have a delicate dance, you and I, when it comes to guessing about when things will happen. When would you think that the board would have some decision in front of us on what direction to go with College Station's insurance money, which is separate from its claim to building for the future money? These are not commingled. When do you think that would be?
I'm thinking
Just use seasons, shall we say?
5 to 7 weeks.
5 to 7. So we could by December, for example, possibly have a decision that we could do something with the insurance money for College Station.
Quite possibly.
Okay. And the Harris issue, was there, the insurance got wrapped up with that and the repairs are done?
The repairs are complete for Harris as far as the straight line winds, the damage to the roof, the water damage, all that's been corrected.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Delaney, I think Luke wants to say
Go
something.
ahead. You can just,
And I'm not picking a side time-wise, because I don't know.
Speaker.
It's okay.
Which one would take longer, but one thing for us to consider when choosing a project to do, I think it's important to consider our time constraints with how long, we have to spend that money, and how long it would take to get the ball rolling on each process, and if some of those we have the time to wait.
Very good insight.
So, Mr. Johnson, the first plan that we came up with as far as College Station, the new school, the first plan was to tear down that particular building that was damaged, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we were gonna tear that down anyway.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm just trying to appease some of the speakers that came tonight, even though we don't comment on it. You could tell the passion and the drive, and it was kind of a little contagious. So is it possible during that 5 to 7 that as we get closer, maybe before decisions are made in this room, that is it economically viable to be able to get some opinions from the community? They seem to be feeling like they don't have a voice on some of these decisions. So is it possible to get some feedback from them before it comes to the board for a decision?
Yeah,
I
we
would
can
say
get
yes.
that set up, yeah.
I mean, we're going to do, one thing that I apologize. We have a community meeting scheduled on the 10th of October for Mills High School. So that's this Thursday. And we can schedule, we got another one scheduled for the 12th of December at Mills High School. We can easily incorporate both at that time frame, or if you want to have a separate meeting, we can do that. I'll leave it at the discretion of the board and the superintendent.
I'm sorry, I should have written this down. You said Thursday, this coming up Thursday?
Yes, ma'am, and I apologize, Ms. Potter. That is we have to do quarterly community meetings as part of the DSEG package.
Right.
And so the next meeting is the 10th of October, and then the last meeting of the year will be the 12th of December.
Thursday is Mom Mel's homecoming, so that's not an option for me, but, I can definitely try to make that December 12th meeting.
Yeah, Thursday's an issue for a lot of us.
We probably would prefer, since I deal with both of those communities, probably to do them separate, because we're talking about across the bridge, McAlmont, and then College Station on this side of town.
So let me understand, 2 separate meetings, one for Harris and one for College Station.
So which one would come first?
We'll flip a coin.
Well, I need to ask a point of clarity.
No, that was her question.
No,
I was answering her question.
In these meetings, there will be questions asked of what are we getting prepared to do? Right now, I can't answer that question.
Right.
So the thing that I can take is the input back from the community, opposed to giving the communities real viable information that they're seeking. So my question would be the validity of the meeting, of how we move that meeting forward. It's just a question that I have. Because I'm gonna go like I normally do, and we'll put that meeting forward. And we'll say, hey, here are the things that we've talked about. Here are the things that were relegated and put on the table. But I don't know that we can move those forward based on where we currently are as far as funding goes.
Okay, so they need to understand that we're coming to hear their concerns, because basically they want to be heard,
Yes,
but in the same token, I understand that you can't give them an answer.
Yes,
So what fund is it where the money is sitting, like the building fund?
So its building fund is Fund 3.
Okay,
And our projected balance that we'll have when we get done with Mills High School is approximately $23 million.
okay.
And that's the bucket. That's what's left after Mills.
Do anybody have those exact numbers, like what was set aside for, College Station, what was set aside for Harris, Baker?
Yeah, I think when we first started off with this process, what we allocated was based on the 80 million as a fund, and we kind of allocated out in each separate fund where it goes. You can see we can pull the balances for those accounts so that you can have that information.
Right.
Minusing, each account has deductions for architect and design fees and pre-construction fees on the front end. Those will be the fees that you see come out of those accounts.
Because I'm kind of, if my math serves me correctly as far as College Station, if we already had like 3 million or 4 million set aside and we are able to add that 2.5 million from the insurance, we should have enough to go ahead and complete that project.
Well, let me say this. I think we went from College Station wise, 3 million to 11 million to replace the whole entire school. 3 million was to rehab the school.
Right.
Right. And then I think one of the last conversations we had here was the 11 million plus potentially the insurance funds of approximately 2.5 for a total bucket of 13 and a half to deal with College Station. I think that was the actual conversation.
Okay.
And I think we should contextualize it, Mr. Johnson, that when we came up with the plan, it was prior to the supply issues and the inflation that saw construction costs skyrocket.
Correct.
And, our original hope was, 24 million for Mills project?
Doc, I want to say initially we were talking 19.
19, yeah.
And potentially some extra funds, but I can't remember exactly off the top of my head.
The extra funds were always dubious as the federal government's coming back to people and saying, hey, why'd you spend the construction money? But we're at now, 38 million? Is that right?
Yes, with basic construction and FF&E and architect fees, we're right at 37.
37.
Right at 38 million.
Yeah.
With another 3 potentially coming for the,
I'm hoping I can curb that.
well,
I'm hoping I can curb
what it is. I have those numbers. It was 19 for Mills, and then what we ended up signing on that was what we went out to voters with as a promise. Essentially 15 million from one pot, the bond money, and 4 from ESSER. And then what we ended up signing was $37.8 million construction contract, so that was 99% over the estimate. Maumelle ended up 25% over the estimate. Sylvan Hills came in at the estimate for the band room. It was like a $1 million band room. And then the 4 remaining schools, so it was Robinson High, Harris, College Station, and Baker. Their various levels, like the plans that you showed us, you know, they were all much higher than the original estimates due to the inflation.
That's correct.
So College Station, for example, was, I have us at 4 for College Station. 3 from bond money and 1 from federal money was the intent. And so I put us at 4, okay, on the original promise. That's me. And the plan that you showed for College Station to us was about 174% over the 4. So I had it at, like you said, at about $11 million for the plan that you showed us. So Harris was 44%, Baker was 137 over, and Robinson High was 50% over budget. So all the schools essentially, would you agree, Mr. Johnson, ended up, from the time we made the promises until today, the cost for all those schools rose significantly.
Roughly 40%, which is in the industry standard.
Right. And Mills, we had to prioritize Mills above everything else. And so that one essentially doubled in budget, and we had to put the money there. So we started with a pot of 80 plus some federal money, and then did Maumelle and Mills and Sylvan Hills, and now we're left with Baker, Harris, College Station, and Robinson.
That's correct.
And not enough money to finish in any of them, essentially. But you could take, for example, Baker or Harris, for example, and put them together. College Station and Harris, you could do that too. But essentially, somebody in the first decision that we make it's going to leave another school without money. So we have to prioritize, right? And that's what we're here for.
Oh, absolutely. I think the bigger factor here is time. Time is not on our side.
And that's the other thing, is we had a couple of meetings about this. I was going to discuss this later, but you would agree, you were a key part of those, is that it's been 3 years since we got the money, and there's time limits on spending the money. It's not a firm timeline, but once you go over 3 years, your risk increases that you lose the money.
That's correct.
But to answer your question, I think you raised a good point, is what do we have to tell the communities? Because I would also say that that we should have community meetings at Harris and College Station, but there was another school in there as well, and it was Baker. And they're all these schools are similarly situated in that they're the last 4 and there's not enough money. And so I do think the board needs to make a statement, whatever it decides, on what, and I've said this before, so I'm just repeating it for the culture, essentially, is the board needs to make a statement on the priority of all these projects and what happens next, because there's just not enough money to do all 4, because I think you estimated, based off of those plans, that we have about 23 million left, but we need about 60 more to do them as they were shown.
That's correct.
So if we have 23 in the bank to complete $60 million worth of promises, that's not a fun position to be in.
Oh, absolutely not.
And I know you feel that as well as the board and everybody else. And so, but there needs to be something that you go with, that we all go with, to explain what's going to happen next. Because whatever decision we make, we have to explain to the other 2 or 3 what's going to happen. And so,
no doubt. And Mr. Delaney, you know firsthand that I'm the person in the community meetings taking the licks.
I've been at every one with you.
Absolutely.
I have not, but I have not been at the front of the room. And so, but I know what you're talking about, and even if just to hear them, that's important.
Oh, absolutely.
But we have to be able to also speak with some clarity about what happens next. Would you agree? Because
I absolutely agree.
And so,
Okay, so,
Your suggestion on when and how to hold the meetings then, because something you said you would question the validity of the meetings, and I don't want the meetings to lack validity or substance. I don't want it to seem like we're just placating people. I mean, this is a genuine concern. And so what's the best way, in your opinion, to address it fully and completely?
You know, Mr. Keller, I don't know that I have a clear pathway for you tonight on that without giving it some serious thought. I would want to look at the possible outcomes for each community because we've talked on the front end and we've heard them on the front end tell us everything from a wish list perspective that they'd like to see in their schools. And then we went back feverishly and tried to plug all of those concepts in the best that we could, those that we could afford versus those that we could not afford. And then we came back and said, okay, hey guys, here's what we believe to be our options here. That was pre-bidding, pre-pricing to figure it out. And that's kind of the last image we left with them. So to go back to them, I'd like to make sure that it has some substance to what we deliver to them. And without us having some decisions made, the best thing that we could do is just kind of give them a state of where we are. Beyond that, until some decisions are made, I'd just rather be just transparent and wide open and make sure that they understand the challenges that we have and where we are. That's the best I got for you right now, Mr. Keller.
Okay, what I was getting ready to say was, if we only have a certain amount of money and it's like we got some decisions to make, but how did the Robinson get on the agenda tonight? Who did that? Who made that choice to put Robinson on the forefront? If we got decisions to make on how we're gonna use the money and how soon we're gonna use the money.
Well, Dr. McNulty and I meet on the agenda. We both agreed to put it on the agenda after the previous 2 meetings that we had on facilities. We thought that that was the direction that the board wanted to go. The board does not have to take the Robinson option. It can take no action, it can reject it, it can do whatever, but after the meeting in August on 8/5, the work session, it wasn't recorded, but it was here, and then the meeting 9/10 where we discussed it some more, we felt that was the direction that I felt like we had enough information to put a plan forward to let the board decide if they want to do Robinson or not, because we have those drawings and those proposals.
So y'all felt.
That's what I said.
It's up to the board now to make that decision.
I hear you.
Every board member is going to have to make a decision about how they prioritize
About it
everything.
ahead of time. But okay.
But
That's
there's-
what we're supposed to
but
do.
That's part of the agenda process.
I'm
And so
talking
if,
about y'all privately, but okay.
well, there's no private, it just goes on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. We've kind of bled into your time, Mr. Johnson, because the next thing comes up with it. Do you want to sit down, and then if we want to bring you back up, we can do that with that?
I just
Okay.
need to clarify something. So we had the 80 million plus a little bit of extra, possibly in ESSER money, that we were gonna use for these projects. I think it was 2021, the projects were laid out, in phases, if I remember correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
You did a PowerPoint and explained what schools were ideally in each phase.
That's correct.
Okay, and so the money that we have now, the roughly 23 million, is not extra money. This is money that's left over from the 80 million plus the ESSER money that we were originally gonna use to do all of these projects. However, inflation hit, Mills was almost 100% over budget, Maumelle was over budget. I think you said Sylvan Hills came in on budget, but it's safe to say that we definitely had some budget issues with the Mills project and the Maumelle project, which drained this 80 million down to 23 million.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to make that abundantly clear, because it seemed like some people were under the impression that this was additional money, and this is not additional money. This is not leftover money. This is just money left over from the 80 million that we said that we were going to need to do all of these projects in these phases 3 years ago, but now we're just faced with a financial crisis, for lack of a better word, as far as these projects are concerned, because of the inflation that incurred with the different projects that have already been completed. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was,
Thank you. Probably terrible grammar, I'm sorry.
No,
but
you're
this is what it is, sorry.
yeah, all these, the 23 million, the 4 schools all have a claim to, because they were all promised
Right.
something. And the 23 is what's left, because we need 80, essentially, to keep the promises. And we have 23 left to do
Right.
it right now, today.
Right.
The question that will come, depending on whatever the board decides, is what do we need to do to make sure that we've lost the ability to keep the promises in a timely manner, because there's just not enough money to do all the schools. But we need to have a statement coming, and I'll address that when we get into the meat of the discussion tonight, is we need something in writing that the board can agree on, I think, that prioritizes whatever school doesn't get their promises kept above new schools that come along, or whatever the board wants to do. I think it needs to be in writing. It needs to be explained what happens next, how we get more money, etc. Because somebody is not going to be made whole in this next decision. And that might help a community meeting go a little bit easier. I've been to a few, and I think that at least having something in writing would probably be helpful, right, Mr. Johnson?
I would totally agree.
What is written is up to the board, but it needs to come, because we're at the jumping off point, basically, where somebody could fairly say that you're not keeping your promises now, and we need to have a pathway forward to try to keep those promises.
I think where a lot of us are being bamboozled into thinking, oh, Mills feeders should be happy because you're getting an arena, but you have to understand, Mills is only getting what the judge ordered them to have because they wasn't done fair in the first place. The students were sitting on top of each other in the classroom. You're talking about students sitting on top of each other. Mills was built, a high school was built off of 40 million, which wasn't right. They didn't have enough classrooms. I mean, you got to know the history to know why they feel the way that they feel. We're not getting something that Judge Marshall, would you give us an arena? No, these are things that Judge Marshall put in place because it wasn't done right on the front end. So so let's get past Mills. You feeling like Mills Feeder is getting this big arena. They didn't ask for an arena. This is and more classrooms. It's because they didn't give proper classrooms. I go over to Mills right now during lunchtime. They're sitting on top of each other because the cafeteria is so small. All this stuff was built too small for a high school.
I just want to step in and clarify.
And you make it seem like they're getting something, we're asking for something special for College Station. It's all in the Mills feeder pattern.
Ms. Ward,
I'm almost finished.
I know.
But people got to understand, on the front end, they wasn't done right. Mills was not done right in the first place. And you're talking about students sitting on top of students. They went through all that. They still going through that because the classroom, they don't even have enough classrooms. But they made do with what they had. But now it's like, oh no, we need to put Robinson at the forefront because the students are on top of each other. Yeah, well, Mills were on top of each other too. I love all students. I've been on the school board for 8 years. I go to all the graduations. I don't hold it like I'm just all about Mills. I'm about all the students. So, okay, let me pull it back. But please know that we're not gonna just let it just be because I'm the only person that'll speak up for the Mills feeder. Yeah, y'all might not like me, and that's fine too. But we're gonna continue to speak on what's right and what needs to be done. I don't care if they don't have but 5 students over there. We're gonna still do what's right for the Mills feeder pattern. Now, I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. I want to clarify something, though, and this is where I want to give Mr. Johnson some credit. So the judge took our recommendation because we looked at the recommendation, looked at where Mills was and the work that was done prior to arriving, and we wanted to make sure that Mills got the best 10 classrooms added to the school, that they had the best arena possible, and we added the ROTC that was embedded in there. It is, and Ms. Johnson, you can correct me if you want to use a different car model, but it is a Cadillac build. And the work that we've done at Mills is going to change the dynamic of Mills High School. So it won't be students sitting on students. It's going to be one of the most top high school facilities, I would say, in Central Arkansas. And I haven't gone over East Arkansas, but it's going to be powerful because the classrooms that were designed, that were accepted by the judge, but were done in a way that it wasn't going to shortchange or do any value added that the Mills families and their students experienced prior to arrival, that's not happening. And I am going to guarantee for myself, and I'm sure Mr. Johnson's going to step in, we won't allow that to happen. Mills High School will be a landmark facility for this community.
Doc, and thank all of y'all for your comments. When we were declared unitary in every area but facilities, that wasn't business for me. That's personal. I'm a '86 graduate, Mills High School, but I'm a product of PCSSD. From the moment in this space, with 4 major projects at $165 million already moving, there was one goal here: to give every student in PCSSD the same opportunity to have a chance at a awesome, outstanding opportunity to grow and to graduate from our institutions. I have not wavered, not one iota, from that process. When we set out on this $80 million campaign, it was to level the playing field for the entire district, to reach a unitary status with the utmost integrity involved, and then to be able to shift the paradigm towards our elementary schools that really, really needed some love and some attention. The operations team fights every day, and they hear me say one thing: kids first. With everything in me, kids first. And I won't ever waver on kids first, even when I'm fighting to make sure we get the best prices, the best equipment, so our kids will have the best experience. I admire each of you and the passion that you bring for your areas that you guys represent. Absolutely do. But we're charged in this environment to make an outrageous decision to get us to a mark to be unitary and to take care of our kids. We're on the right path. We have to stay united as one front. We cannot be splintered. We are all we got. More importantly, they're dependent upon us to do great things. We'll not waver from this fight. We're committed to this fight. And we'll get this resolved. But it's going to take every last one of us. And I apologize that I get off script, but this is home for me. This is not a job for me. My mother lives right down the street. And I talked to Raymond Cooper, who was a Sylvan Hills graduate, who was the athletic director for Mills High School. And I remember from grade 7 to 12, our furious fights that we fought playing football. And I get excited when I see Coach Cooper. I get excited when I go to Sylvan Hills High School, whether it's the North Campus where I played basketball as a junior high kid. It's days that we walk campus trying to figure it out, where we can save the most amount of money to give us the best result. This is a time that we have to do it as a team. But we cannot be splintered in this process. Are there any other questions that I can answer for?
Just on the bathrooms at College Station.
Yes, sir.
So what is the status of the bathrooms? I heard Ms. Evans say that they have to essentially change the gender of the bathrooms depending on who needs to use them. Can you just give us a high-level overview of the situation with the bathrooms at College Station?
So those bathrooms are connected to to building one that was essentially gutted, if you will. The report that I got initially and that we went out and reviewed was that they were not usable. So we directed the maintenance team to go out to get them to a point to where they were safe for kids to use. This is the first report that I'm hearing that they're not, or that there are some complications with them. So then I need to go back out and follow up and figure out what we can do. We're at the mercy of that building until we can get it resolved as far as the insurance portions go and move forward.
So you're not sure right now what
I
the
am
status of the
unsure.
bathrooms is. You thought they were in working order.
That's correct.
Based on the work that you did to get them, because they were in the building that got hit by the straight line winds.
That's correct.
And did you think that there were, this isn't an inquisition against you, I'm just saying, did you think that we had two gender bathrooms in there both working?
There are two separate bathroom facilities. It was my understanding at the time frame that I directed maintenance to go out to make sure that they were operable. Was that both of them had some issues, and my direction was real simple. Let's get them up to speed, and let's make sure that they're squared away.
Okay, so this is just something that needs to be looked into, right?
need to
That
follow
based
up.
off of, okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
So at this time, you're not sure what the status is, but you
follow
want
up
every
first.
bathroom in every school to be working, and you don't want a situation like that was just, that you heard tonight, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
One thing I wanted to say, I think the community meetings are important, and I think it's important for everyone. I think the College Station, I think they should have their opportunity to say it, but also I think Robinson should. I think Baker should. I think all the schools that have not received the funding they need all get equal opportunity to plead their case. So I think that's something that's important that needs to be considered. I think everyone has an equal opportunity to say that. But as well as I don't want that to impede time and delay us further, if there's a way to not do that. And sorry, I know I'm putting you in more fire.
Oh, no, it's all good.
But yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at.
And you're absolutely right. Everyone deserves that opportunity. Well received.
Okay, we may need to hear from you again on some of this, but I'm gonna, because these issues bleed together, even though the words written on the agenda are Robinson High, all of these schools have, like I said, received the same level of commitment from the district in terms of their projects. And so, but it's just in making the decision, it will imply one is being prioritized over another with the remaining 23. But then, we do need to figure out what happens next, because more money has to come to the table to keep these promises.
That's correct.
There's just not, mathematically, it's not possible. So even though we're going to be hearing from architects that are showing us Robinson High School, any kind of decision that the board chooses to make tonight will have an implication for the other schools as well. So there may need to be questions asked about all of those schools during that time. Okay, let's move it out of facilities report into the first action item, which is old business. So that may be able to get you to a chair for a minute.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
But don't get too comfortable.
Yes, sir.
So we got WER tonight to show us plans for Robinson. I want to frame this out because one of the reasons that we use the facilities report as a vehicle for this is because these type of conversations were going to have to happen inside of this one as well. So I just want to remind everyone that we did have 2 meetings about this and went over this, but essentially the high level overview is we've got $80 million worth of projects and $23 million in money available right now for them. The reason that Robinson is on the agenda, I explained it before, is because that seemed like the direction the board was going at the time, but the board still has final say over this, and so if you wanted a different project, you would just vote not to do this one. So, but we're gonna hear about the construction options for Robinson and then possibly take action if the board wants to take action on this one. So with that, let's get WER up here to present.
All right, hello, board.
And I'll just say from the beginning, a lot of these things that you heard us talk about, you don't have anything to do with. You're just showing us documents. So if you get asked questions about college, which projects were you the architect for of College Station, Harris, Baker, and Robinson? Robinson, of course.
Harris and Robinson, and then the Sylvan Hills Band.
Okay, so you might be able to, from memory, you weren't prepared to talk about it today, but you, from memory, might be able to answer some questions related to Harris.
Sure.
But WDD has the other two
Correct.
projects. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, well, these are the same slides that were shown before. So if we can just run through, and if y'all have any questions as we go, feel free to stop. But you know, the existing Robinson site, this was Scheme D, which is building to the right little purple square there is a new band room that it doubles as the safe room. And then to the left there in front of the existing school is a 3-story structure that we would finish out as much as we could depending on the budget, being classroom space. There was another scheme.
Can I ask just one
Sure.
question about D?
Yeah.
So when you go back to D, please, and if,
Back is not going, there it goes.
so I don't know how many parking spaces we have now, but what would be the number, the comparison between what we have now and what we would get?
Not enough. You definitely need more parking spaces. I don't know the number off the top of my head what that is, but it's fairly equivalent to what you currently have. It's gonna be really difficult to fit more spaces on until we,
What's equivalent, I'm sorry, so what we would be getting is equivalent to what we have now?
what you currently have.
Okay.
Yeah. There's just not the real estate really to put more cars there. The space across the bus drive where the existing standalone gym is, we definitely would plan for future parking around that to add more spots.
Okay, thank you.
The problem with the parking there is like if you ask for spots, you don't necessarily consider the gravel parking lot to have spots, right? There's no paint or anything. So you could say you almost could match the number of spots, right, if you make a new lot. But realistically, the number of cars that sit out in front of Robinson High will not be able to sit out there if this is done, right?
That's correct. And I mean, it may be that you have to make the decision to go to what a lot of the other high schools that we do are, which is permit parking, and seniors get priority, then juniors next, and it goes down from there.
Yeah, so it would probably come at the expense of seniors, though at students, though that's an operational issue, not for the architects.
Correct. So this scheme added the performing arts along with the band room / safe room. This was the new scheme from the last time, which was kind of the wild card we were asked to look at is, could the high school move into the existing middle school? And it could. It would need science classrooms, which are really the only thing lacking there to make that equivalent to a high school. And then repurposing the standalone gym to be incorporated with a performing arts structure, an auditorium, and band there. And then this, of course, would mean a new middle school down the road, and then eventually demolishing the existing high school.
The total cost for all those phases was much more than $23 million, right? Like you would just do phase one.
Yes.
And then it would just be the same situation. We would have to find more money essentially to do the rest. So it was essentially, what would you say the total cost is? I don't have it in front of me.
Unfortunately, I can't read that from here. $38 million was the new middle school, and so total. If anyone that's closer that has better eyes than me can read that.
Hang on.
I believe it was,
Three.
I've got a paper copy.
okay.
So, hang on. So something like 70.
That was just the demo. Yes.
Okay, so scheme F, are we on scheme F?
Yeah, Scheme F Phase 1 was 23 million, and that was the addition of the science rooms.
It says here the last slide was 64 million for a total
Total,
project.
that's right. A new middle school was 38 million, and then total 64 million.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So essentially, and this was not shown to the voters, by the way. This was a new idea entirely separate from what was shown to the voters. The D and E have some similar elements to what was shown to the voters essentially, but F is was a new idea that was created just recently.
Correct.
Okay.
Those are all the slides on that. I don't know if you want to stop here, move forward to the baseball, softball.
No, I want to ask some questions about D,
Okay.
or E.
I'll go back to D.
So just questions, let me turn it over to the board. Just questions on D, just the questions on D, E, and F. Mr. Potter, or sorry, Mr. Molesby, Potter's the other one.
So when it comes to scheme D, a question I had, and I'm kind of just gonna go over my questions really quick. One of the questions is if we have extra money left over after construction, if we can go ahead and how simple that process would be of finishing out the second and third floor or a portion of it. And then with scheme E, I just feel that like we need classrooms, more than a fine art, like more than a new stage. So it pains me to say that. And with scheme F, I feel like there's just too many variables because there's so many things rely on each other, and we really don't know how long that middle school would actually be able to hold high schoolers before we run into the same issue. And 3 years later, what if we run into the same issue? We're running out of room in the middle school where the high schoolers are now. Oh, and visiting football teams. If we take over and make that old gym a band room and stuff, and add the auditorium there, there would be nowhere for the visiting football teams to go to.
Other questions for D, E, and F?
When you, get the bid, if, let's say we decide to do D, will you have a cost for the second and third not being done, and a cost for the second and the third being done?
Yes, we could do that as an alternate.
So D is a compromise, just to be clear, because we build a building, but possibly the second and third floor would not be finished. So this going with D would not deliver all the, the full, what you're looking at, because inside of that building, we would have to finish out 2 floors later. And so with respect to the entire building, if it was finished, what capacity of children, classes, or whatever, what would you estimate the capacity would be for a fully finished building D, or Plan D?
So a fully finished out 3-story classroom building really has enough classrooms in it to satisfy the classrooms that you currently have in the existing school.
Okay, so the old high school, you would essentially double the classroom capacity of the old high school.
Correct.
Okay, so, and then would it be fair to say that if you only did the first floor, it would be 1/3 the capacity of the old high school?
Yes.
So is there anything because, do you have more classrooms would go on the second and third floor than the first, right?
Yes, we did have an admin suite on the first floor, which took up a little bit of room, but outside of that, it would strictly be classroom space.
Do you have an idea of what the capacity of the old high school was? I saw one time 750, but nobody believes me, so does that?
So I think if you ran the State Department of Ed's POR now and just filled in the existing high school as is, it would hold about 650 kids.
Okay, because everybody said no way when I said 750. So,
Yeah.
so you think this, essentially, this building, if it was completely finished with all 3 floors, would hold about 650 if it was, the spaces were all used properly?
Standalone, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so then one floor, the first floor might only hold 200 kids,
Correct.
right? Okay, right, there we go. Did you have any assumption for Plan D about if like this building, 9 through 12 could all be in any part of this building, right? Like, there's
Yes.
not like a one.
Classrooms are interchangeable,
Okay.
except for the science labs.
Okay, would there be science labs planned in this building?
So when we had done, the original scheme was basically this scheme and the performing arts together. Science labs were on the 3rd floor, so those might be the future build out. That
Okay.
3rd floor makes the most sense for science labs because of all the ventilation requirements.
And science labs are the reason that the old middle school, the current middle school can't be a high school, is because it essentially doesn't have those science
Correct,
labs.
doesn't have any science labs.
Right. Okay, and then under Scheme D or Scheme E, the old middle school doesn't get touched in either of these, right?
Correct.
Like the old middle school, okay. And then how many students would the storm shelter hold? The band room storm shelter?
All of the high school. So we would plan that for the future size of whether that's 1,100 students, 1,200 students,
Okay,
the whole population of the high school.
okay. All right. Other questions about D, E, or F?
What all is included in the band room?
The band room are 2 separate band rooms, all of their storage requirements, changing in restrooms for them, and offices.
And one thing I was gonna say, if y'all aren't past this phase, is, I'd consider consulting band directors and possibly students on just what all, if that's adequate and, if we need more.
Definitely.
How long would you think it would take to finish a floor if it was left unfinished? And, go ahead.
The science floor would take a little longer than just the classroom floor, but, having the structure there, you could possibly knock out a floor in a summer. It would be a heroic effort, but, I'm not saying that it couldn't be done. Especially if all of the equipment was there, the mechanical systems were already there waiting.
So, I mean, yes, that would be optimal, right? Like the best case scenario
Best
would be
case,
that.
yes.
Could the floors be finished out during the school year while students are in using the first floor?
Yes.
Okay, so you would just have to plan it properly to make sure that,
Right. Around testing and quiet times, and
okay, all right. And
there'd be a lot of work that might have to go on weekends and breaks.
And if we built this building without the first 2, the top 2 floors finished, it would still have, I remember the Champion Center, it didn't have the elevator in it, but would the elevator still work in this building, go up to the 3rd floor and everything, or would that have to come later too?
It depended. Once you occupied the 2nd floor, it would need to be there.
But does an assumption on a first floor only leave out the elevator in your calculations? So,
Most likely, yes.
okay.
Yeah, until that finish out happens.
And my memory was an elevator costs like.
About $100,000.
Oh, 100, okay, all right. All right.
And, so just as point of reference, correct me if I'm wrong, even if Robinson did get this, it's still like a third of what they were promised in the original also, correct?
Yes, the original, we had planned basically this with the performing arts, and the band room.
Yeah, it's a half measure. Yeah, it's basically a build-a-bear school is what it would be, is essentially you get something on the outside that looks like a full school, but inside you wouldn't have 2 floors, and then you would have to find more money to
Yeah,
get those
it just
finished.
sets it up. I mean, it's always, construction just gets more expensive over time, as
Yeah.
we've seen. Sets it up to be able to have those classrooms sooner.
What do you think? I mean, you've been real good at estimating or whatever. I know construction companies are the final answer on what it actually will cost. So I've been clear that your estimates are helpful, even if, I won't come track you down if they're wrong. So what do you think it would cost to finish the 2nd and 3rd floors ballpark figure if the district decided to come back and do those floors?
Let me get that back to you
Okay.
because I need to look at exactly what the square footage is, but I can send you a number tomorrow. And
Okay, well, whatever, that's fine. If you didn't know, that's fine, that's okay. 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 All right, so any more questions on the academic space? Okay, let's hear about the restroom option.
through. So the last time we looked at a couple of options for adding concessions and restrooms to the baseball and softball at Robinson. These are the same options as before. Whether we add concessions with a couple of single restrooms there at the baseball, and whether they're added grandstands. Looked at possibly adding restrooms kind of north of the sidewalk between baseball and softball. And then another option would be to just add restrooms, and that could either go kind of originally where they were planned behind the baseball, that's where the utilities are stubbed up, or adding them to the north of the sidewalk between baseball and softball.
How many?
So these are 3 fixtures in each, so 3 women's, 3 men's.
Plumbing costs would be greater, I assume, if you're having to relocate. Because you said this would basically, you showed us 2 options, was it 4 and 5, right?
Yes.
And you said 4 drops in right over top of the pipes, right? That are
Yeah,
there.
so really the utilities are stubbed up right to where that curve of that concrete starts.
Oh, so they would have to be
So there's a little work on
extended
either
a
one.
little.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I think
But-
they're comparable in these 2 locations.
Okay, so
Now, if they move further down to softball, it complicates things because that's moving downhill the wrong direction of where we need the sewer line to go.
Okay, all right. This is why it's complicated, right? You can't just put a bathroom on a map and say, this looks
Right.
good. Because then you have to think about if it's uphill or downhill.
Correct.
Which is pretty important for sewer.
Yes.
If you don't mind me adding, I actually even talked to a softball, someone who does play softball. Her mother's here today. She said that option 1, which I agree with, is probably best right now because it still gives you 2 bathrooms, which she feels is adequate, and a concession stand, which are just what they need right now, and we're not spending more than we have to, so we can put that towards academics. But with option 1, it does have the concession stand like windows and the bathroom doors flipped. So if you did option 1, I'd build them the other way so you can still add the grandstands later.
Okay. But you get 1 toilet for male and female with each of those.
That's right, for option 1.
Okay. And you get 6 with the 4 and 5, right?
Yeah, option 2 without the grandstand would be the flipped version.
Mm-hmm. And right now, we have no bathrooms at Robinson, the baseball and softball fields.
Correct.
You didn't do Mills, but Mills is now gonna have bathrooms at both baseball and softball, fields. Under the current, once we finish Mills, there'll be bathrooms at baseball and softball.
I do believe those restrooms aren't specific. They don't have to be at least specifically man and female. They can just be unisex.
The ones on here?
The 2 singles.
Oh, right. Is that true? I mean, that's essentially, you can do it however you want, right? You could call them unisex.
Yes.
Okay.
City of Little Rock actually doesn't allow you to do that. We'll have to label them men's and women's, but
Oh,
you
okay.
can label them however you would like.
Oh, okay, so, well. All right. Questions on the bathrooms? Pretty straightforward.
Just one question, would it be the same cost regardless of whether we put it right there in the curb or we moved it down a little bit?
So the kind of the 2 red blocks there are the same cost. If we move it any further down, it's gonna get more expensive.
Can I ask our student board member, where do they sell concessions right now?
I believe, while I don't go to the games, what I could see most of the time when I went to the middle school was, I believe they have like, if you've been to the Robinson football area, it's just like almost like a shed type building, I believe, which they may do tickets out of. But typically, when they have concessions, I feel like I remember seeing like one of those like tarp tent thingies that you like unfold, unpack, and I believe they do things under there most of the time.
They set up tables or just stand, basically. For the most part, there's a tiny shed. It's very small. Like you and I could fit inside of it, I think, maybe, if we're lucky. And, but there is a shed, like a little ticket booth thing there. But concessions, they usually just set up tables for. And then, what I've been told is baseball and softball people, they bring their own chairs if they don't have any. They're pretty rugged. The problem that they run into is they don't know where to go to the bathroom. Okay, because we've got we bring porta potties out, and we're hosting like the state tournament out there. So sometimes we let them into the middle school. That can be a security problem. Sometimes it just doesn't work. But porta potties and then walking over to the middle school is what happens with the bathrooms. And concessions, they just figure it out.
And I think from the understanding I have from talking with principals, coaches, parents, one bathroom for each would not be enough, and it seemed like behind the bleachers, the number 5 was the preferred location.
Yeah. It leaves space for you to do grandstand in the future as well, and you got concessions with the grandstand.
Is there an option 6 that has that and the concessions on the other side? In the curve? Have you, I mean, you could do that separate?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we go back to option 3, if this didn't have the grandstands, that basically be it.
Okay, so there were 3.
So that would be like $850,000.
Yeah.
Minus the grandstand's out of it. The need that's been articulated in this situation to me was, we usually bring about 5 porta potties, 1 handicapped. Sometimes, I think I may have counted 6 one time, but I think it was 5. And lots of complaints, of course, about porta potties, but also during state tournaments and key games, that's not even enough. And so, grandmas that have to take their walkers to use the handicap stall. It's lots of stories anyway, but that's the scenario that's made this potentially an acute issue.
I'd just like to clarify a little bit, though. We did open the middle school, which isn't ideal, but that was supportive of the families, especially.
And they were happy about that. Yeah.
We were there, but it wasn't ideal.
It is a security problem.
Yeah.
Like it's a concern, right? Like we need to have security monitoring it and everything. Yeah. Okay. So I think that completes his presentation. Does anyone have any questions? They want to go back over any other things that he showed us? Okay. So here we are. We can essentially, if we voted to do any of these today, and we can take no action, we can take action on any of these plans. The practical effect of it would be that this would release the administration and the architects to move forward to try to give it to the package it up, give it to the construction managers so it could go out for bid. If we vote, whatever we vote on today, if we pass any of these proposals, there's going to have to be a second vote that comes up with a guaranteed maximum price. And we could find, for example, that these prices, the estimates are wrong. No offense, but it's possible. You've seen it happen before, right? And so, we only have $23 million. So even if we pick one of these, it's essentially to start a process that it took 6 months, I thought, for the mills. When we voted to proceed on the mills plan, it took like 6 months for it to come back. I think we voted on it in August, and we signed a guaranteed maximum price in February. What do you think, just on your knowledge of construction and how these state approvals all have to be done in this window, right? Before we can sign a guaranteed maximum price or even get one. How long are you seeing for projects like this at the education space to come back once a board sends something out to the time it comes back where they could have a GMP?
Well, I'll say this is very different than education space.
Are you talking about the bathrooms?
Yeah, the restrooms.
I'm talking about the whole kit and caboodle. Well, you're gonna break it up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Because this is a much quicker process. You know, we could produce these drawings and have them to a contractor here in, you know, a few weeks, a month. They could price it while it's, you know, going for the reviews, which will take another month. So you could, you know, have a GMP on something like this in 2 to 3 months. For the classroom portion, that's just a whole different animal. You know, this is a different design than what the direction we were going. Even though we have pieces of it, we would still have to assemble it in this new configuration, this new way, and package it and complete construction drawings, which we hadn't done. So that's probably, you know, another 6 months of design work, and then at least a month of reviews, and then a month of bidding. So you're looking at, you know, 8 to 9 months before you would have a GMP on classroom.
How long would construction take to just do the restrooms?
4 months is what I asked a contractor, and that's what they told me. So
They could be up and running for the spring almost.
it would be tight.
I mean, almost.
Yeah.
You said last time you were here, you thought it could maybe be ready February 1st, but that's been a month.
That was if y'all approved it that night. So it's a month later.
Yeah,
than
yeah,
that.
no, I'm not,
Yeah.
no, I'm just saying that you gave us that before. Okay, wow, so a vote today, if the board chose to take a vote, would kick off a process that could last 9, worst case, it could take 12 if there's problems with approvals or something, right? Like, it could take 8 to 12 months essentially to get back a GMP from a vote today.
Correct.
Okay, on the classroom space.
Yes.
Okay. And you only really ever know what something's gonna cost, the estimate's confirmed, when you have the GMP in front of you, with everybody swearing up and down, if you sign this contract, this is how much we'll charge you to do this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have, you know, a good idea along the way. Yeah.
So realistically, if the board were to choose one of these tonight, you would see this again, it would be a long process, we would hear about it, there could be some value engineering in there if the process, you know,
There's
ends
always
up.
value engineering. Correct.
Yeah, right, so, that's the realism of the situation here. Now, with respect to Harris, for example, I mean, is that in a different place for y'all, like, in terms of getting to like a GMP or whatever, because you?
It was in a different place. We took Harris about halfway through design. So really, the last cost estimate we had was design development. So we didn't take it through construction documents. The difference with Harris, though, is that in that 4 years, when we started that project to now, safe rooms were required, and they were not at that time. So the first requirement we would have to meet would be a safe room at Harris.
Okay, but it was further along in design. This is really at the beginning. You're just making drawings and estimates and stuff with what we've seen for D, F, and E.
Correct.
Okay. So then the first step is you guys got to go design it, right? As simple as that, and that could take you 6 months just to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So, does the board want to do something with Robinson? You have it in front of you, you can pick an option, you understand the consequences of picking Robinson would be is that the board has to, you know, it would be the consequences of picking any school, but the consequences of picking Robinson would be is that when now we have a burden to explain to the voters of those other schools what's gonna happen. It does earmark $19.5 million of what's in the building fund at a minimum for Robinson, depending on what comes back from the GMP. That's an option for the board tonight, if you want to do that.
Dr. McNulty, did you have anything you wanted to say about this?
Yeah, listen, I mean, listening to people today and the passion for the schools and the neighborhood schools is, it's what they should do, it's how they should advocate, it's what's best for the children that they love so much. So I have no problem with that advocacy. My concern right now is I'm looking at numbers, and I hear Ms. Ward, but we have space in Robinson that is very hard to secure. It's a very open campus right now because of the design that we have. And, we have our ninth graders who are traveling to the Champion Center and then back to the old middle school, which is the ninth grade academy. And it is likely that we're going to probably add another 100 students next year. And the other piece is that if the board chooses to move in with Robinson, then I would suggest that we look at prioritizing what I would say designs that are more fully developed for the next project. So if Robinson was to go, then it sounds like College Station's got a pretty developed plan, and we'd look at funding that as soon as we can. It would have to probably be through second lien, but we can't start the second lien process until the board makes a decision. And the other piece is, right now we are, we're about 250 students up from last year, so we have increasing enrollment. And, we are a special situation as a district. We no longer get state aid, which is, if you were at the last meeting, it's good and bad. It's good is that, it's like sales. If you sell a lot and you bring a lot of kids in and our assessed value continues to increase, we will make more money per child, which gives more money to other schools in the district. I think what needs to be understood is that the assessed value in certain parts of our community really allow us to fund schools that are at cost, but that's the right thing to do. We must keep our neighborhood schools. But there are schools that have deficit spending, but that's okay. We have schools that are right now bringing in a lot of revenue because we're bringing in a lot of students. And for example, on the west side and in the North Little Rock parts of Mills, and we've got amazing assessed value because of some of the industry we have there. We have 2 Amazon warehouses, by the way, that are located in the Mills area, and they support much of our assessed value and the money that is revenue for the district. So what Mr. Johnson said was really accurate and hit the mark. We are all kind of in it together. We are able to maintain a low millage compared to our other districts, and we are seeing increased values of our assessed value. And then we have in 25, 26, we have a reassessment, which tends to be real good for our communities. I am, and I think I could speak with Ms. Camp, I was over there. Robinson High School is by far the oldest building we have as a secondary school. I know that Sylvan Hills Middle School is a close second, and we have Lawson, and I think Mr. Johnson can speak to Lawson, Landmark, Elk Grove, are older buildings with no sewers to them at all. But for me right now, we have a number situation at Robinson High that needs to be mitigated.
I'd like to propose that we approve the D drawing for the building and the number 5 for the bathrooms.
Let's take it one at a time. Can we just do D as a motion? Second. We got them on the agenda separately. Let's do them separately. So you made a motion to approve or select option D to send to design and bid. Where'd the architect go? Okay, there you are. Design, it's gotta go to design. So what we're doing here is sending it to design and then bid. Would that be?
Correct.
Because once you're done with the design, it'll be handed to the construction companies to bid. Okay. Okay, so that's the motion that Dr. Tate made to approve or select option D for design and bid.
Second.
Okay.
So,
Dr. Tate made the motion, Ms. Potter seconded. Go ahead.
can I ask a question? So D is the one where second and third floor are not completed. They're to be completed as we have funds, but it gives us the fine arts,
Band room.
The band room.
band room,
Slash
okay.
safe room.
And the safe room that we have to have.
Correct.
And then, what's the other part?
Enough room for 200 students in the first floor.
First floor does
We might be able
house,
to do the second floor, but.
we just gotta see what our money is.
Second, third.
But that's the least, the most we can get with the money, but spending the least amount of money to get the most of it, right? Okay. That's the way I saw it.
This one is the least expensive of the three, right?
But it
Like
gets us
estimated.
forward to grow. Because the building being structured, yeah.
And we have the most left over.
It's like building a house and having that attic space upstairs that you finish out later when you have the money and then you realize you wish you'd done it in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would have been easier,
It's
but
always
we don't
easier.
have it. And
Yes.
That's the problem is that there's
We
just
just
not
don't have
enough
it.
money. Yeah.
We're broke.
Okay, so for me, we need to articulate a basis for how we're gonna do this, and I would agree if we're going to do Robinson, this is the plan that is the best basis for doing Robinson, which is capacity and enrollment, because if you look in your packets, you've got the relative enrollments of the 4 schools, and none of this has anything to do with the promises. This is just simply about how to prioritize and spend the $23 million and what to do first. And if you look in your packet, you can see from 2013 to 2024 that Robinson his enrollment has doubled. It's 103 up. And the other schools have declined in enrollment, so they don't have capacity issues. So if we're going to do this project, I think that we need to be able to articulate that capacity is the reason. And I think that's been clear tonight, that the concerns have centered around capacity with respect to the Robinson project. That's why I don't think that E is a good one, because I view the Performing Arts Center as, it doesn't add capacity or very much. You would agree with that, right? Like it might add a little bit, but not a lot. So if we need to have a reason to pick the one school over the others, and for me, if we're going to do Robinson, I think that Plan D is the correct one to do, because it is the one that is the most affordable with the money we have left, and it directly addresses capacity. And that needs to be in writing at a certain point, I think, with the resolution that would come to the board in writing to essentially vote to explain what our basis was for picking this project, if this is what we decide to do, and then also explain how we're going to address the other schools. Okay, and so I'm comfortable if this is what the board wants to do is option D, because it does match to capacity as the basis. But we need to incorporate all this into a resolution, not tonight, but certainly by the next meeting, that lays out all of this and what happens next if we go down this road.
Have you checked with your attorneys?
I don't have
That's the best
attorneys.
thing y'all should do? Well, you talk to Jay them all the time. I'm talking about the district attorneys.
Talk to them about what?
Don't worry about it. I'm not signing nothing.
Okay. Yeah, I can show them a resolution. That wouldn't be a problem. Other discussion on this motion, which is to select option D to move forward into the design and bidding. Okay. Nothing? Anyone? Okay. All right, when we run out of things to say, I usually put it to a vote. And what we're voting on, to be clear, is approve and select option D for design and bid. All those in favor of approving option D for design and bid, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. I have that as 4-2, with the noes being Mr. Keller and Ms. Ward. Okay. So, does the board want to take action on any bathroom proposal?
Yes, I do.
What?
Build one,
Huh?
build one,
The what?
build one, build a
I'd
bathroom.
make a motion to move forward with option 5.
Okay.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, so Mr. Keller has made a motion to move forward with option 5, the bathrooms, which is behind the bleachers. So this goes to bid, design and bid as well, same process.
I
There-
second.
Ms. Smith seconded.
Nope, Tate.
Tate. Always do that. Okay. All right. Motion by Keller, second by Smith, option 5, Robinson bathrooms to design and bid. Discussion on that? Okay.
We said 5? Yeah.
Option 5 is the one behind the bleachers, right?
That's the six stalls, right, okay.
Yeah, no concessions, no, it's strictly bathrooms, and then like a little closet in between that does
That's
what?
mechanical.
Mechanical, so it's not even really storage space, it's just
That
mechanical.
location allows for future growth.
Yeah, in that, right,
Yeah,
they can put a
yeah.
concessions and bleachers and things in that other spot,
I like it being closer to the softball fields, that way the girls don't have to go further.
yeah.
It's hard enough to walk.
We'll push it as far as that sewer line allows us, towards the side.
I go as far as you can go.
And
Girls
this will,
deserve it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, this particular number, option 5 will have 6 bathrooms, 3 men and 3 women, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. This is sending this option 5 out to design and bid. We'll see it back as a GMP. I don't know, Dr. McNulty, did you have a sense of if it was going to be bundled inside of the bid for the academic space, or it would be separate?
Ms. Johnson's probably better to ask on that, but I would say probably we could bundle together because it's going to be the same project on campus, right?
No, would that slow it down?
Let's
Bundle
hear.
it together? Oh, I mean, we'd start first on the bathrooms, is my guess.
I don't know if I put the question right. Did you, like,
I understood the
Okay.
question. It'll be 2 separate projects under one primary project. And the bathrooms, I would probably say, let's execute first before tackling the school. That way you get the bathrooms fairly quick and turn around. My issue would be capacity with the city. I knew when we changed out the sewer platform for Robinson and tied into the city services, we had a capacity that we had to meet for the city, so that'll be a little tricky. But other than that, I think the bathrooms and the school, 2 separate projects under one umbrella.
but because if you bundled the bathrooms with the school, it could delay things quite a bit if you waited on the school to get the bid on the bathrooms, right?
2 separate projects.
Do you think there would be significant cost savings to bundling it into one project?
Not really. 2 different sites you'd have to mobilize on 2 different ways, so.
Okay, so they're not
This is
really
a
that
smaller
close to
project.
each other. Okay, all right. Okay, and Mr. Johnson, so I have you up here in terms of, I know the board hasn't spoken about formally with a resolution or anything about what's going to happen next or whatever, but in terms of these motions, if they both pass, the first one did, does that give you an understanding about the direction we should be looking at going here?
Yeah, I mean, it's the will of the board, and we'll move accordingly.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Johnson or discussion on the bathrooms? All right, I'll put option 5, the design and build of the bathrooms, to a vote. All in favor of option 5, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, I have Ms. Ward as the no vote. Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We'll be hearing from you, right? But we're gonna get updates on the design process and everything, is that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Be a good Christmas present.
All right.
What? Yeah, can we
Okay,
take
do
a
you wanna take a
5-minute
break?
Yeah, can we
Yeah.
take a break?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, this taco restrooms has got you? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
They're leaving. You know what you listening to over there? I can hear it.
I need it back.
Okay. All right, we are back out of recess. We have 4 action items in the consent agenda and some comments left to go, and a waiver hearing. So let's get to our first item on new business, which is the central office elevator with Mr. Farmer.
Good evening, Board. I'm seeking y'all approval to purchase a new elevator for central office. Any questions?
Why do we need one, Mr. Farmer?
Yeah.
Why you need one? We've been having problems out of this. It's, matter of fact, it's almost 50 years old. And we've been had, Coney.
What's wrong with almost 50 years old?
I'm over 50, so it's no problem. I'll let Jerry explain why, my electrician.
I'm Jerry Shirley. I'm the electrical foreman in the maintenance department. I take care of our elevators, also the electrical needs. But we've had several issues with our elevator here at central office. One is it's 50 years old. It was put in 1975, and the biggest problem is that we have all the parts are they're obsolete, and they're hard to come by. And what they have to do is if they get parts, they have to be on order, and then they have to basically retrofit the parts to make them work on the elevator that we do have. So sometimes we're a couple of days, maybe even a couple of weeks that the elevator could possibly be down. This has been going on for probably, oh goodness, it's over a year now. Kone does our PMAs, which is our preventative maintenance. It is under their suggestion that we possibly look at replacing the elevator. In replacing the elevator, what I'm talking about is basically we'll have all the electronic parts, which is all the controls, the pump, the motor, the valve, the actual tank itself, all the stuff inside the elevator, the doors, the controls there. I'm trying to think, I'm sorry.
Everything?
Everything except the car. Okay, the car, the cab, there's a couple things in there that will stay, but it gets tested every month, every month. And so the things that are gonna stay, which would be like the pit buffers, which are the springs, they're fine. The actual cylinders, which runs the hydraulic part, that will stay, but everything else will be new.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Ward has made a motion to approve the elevators. Mr. Keller has seconded.
I just have a quick question. I'm not opposed to the elevator, but it is pretty expensive, and I just wonder if this has been going on for a year, why are we just now hearing about it? And was this included in, or taken into consideration, Dr. McNulty, this is a question for you, in the budget that we approved on the 30th?
It would have gone into the general operations. Be part of general operations.
Okay.
To kind of combat what you were saying, within a year's time frame, it's not that we're neglecting, not proposing a new elevator. It's because we try to do the best we can on saving money and trying to do the best we can on repairing what we have. And being that it's 50 years old, I've talked with Kone, and usually I ask them what is the lifespan of an elevator, and they say about 25 years. So it's served its purpose in that sense. So yes, it is a little costly, and we try to do the best we can to save, but I believe we're at a position now that we need to look at replacing it if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'll put the elevator motion to a vote. All in favor of approving the central office elevator, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Communities of Practice, the DESI grant with Dr. Bloodman.
All right, good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. McNulty.
Go ahead.
Sorry. PCSSD received $218,000 from DESE, and we are entering or asking for the board's permission to enter into a partnership with Achieve Network. The money is going to be used solely for providing training and support for our leaders or principals, assistant principals, and we were able to work it in such a way that our instructional facilitators will benefit as well. So basically, Achieve Network is going to come out, provide coaching to our team, and then we're going to do instructional walks, and they're going to provide guidance to our leaders in terms of how to provide feedback to teachers to improve practices so that we can have more celebrations as we did today. Would be in Blue Ribbon schools, Teacher of the Year, and all that good stuff. So I just need the board's approval for us to enter into a partnership with Achieve Network.
Did you just guarantee us another Blue Ribbon school?
Sure.
So is the 218 gonna cover all those things that?
Yes, ma'am. And it doesn't impact our budget at all. It doesn't impact district funding. It's a grant from the state.
Sounds good.
Motion.
Ms. Ward has made a motion to approve the Community of Practices grant. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate? Any other questions or discussion? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of the Community of Practice grant, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bloodman.
Thank you.
Next up, we have sale of land on Rushing Road. Just want to add, before we get started, we added to the agenda in this document a map that shows where it's located, and an overview of the property.
About a year and a half ago, we had a stakeholder look at that property he's building out there. Mr. Delaney actually drove out to the property, and it's far out there, isn't it, Mr. Delaney?
It's pretty far. It's in Saline County. We have territory in Saline County still.
And Mr. Jones has requested to purchase that land, and you can see that there are a couple estimates on it. One that he had a real estate agent do, and then I requested a real estate agent to do another one to give you some sense of the range of the, I believe it's 1.8 acres?
Thought it was, well, it's on here. Let me see.
1.89.
Yeah.
1.89? Okay. And his bid is at $20,000.
Okay. And we got this property because a school district in Saline County it's called School District Number 59, had an elementary school on this property, but nothing's there anymore. The only thing out there, I went out and looked, is an open well. So I don't think that we should be in the business of operating open wells and nothing else in Saline County. So to me, Dr. McNulty and I talked about this for a while and figured out how to get it to the board for a recommendation. But I looked at it. It's got a logging road running through the middle of it. I'm not a real estate agent. I'm bad at this stuff, but I didn't assess it as being like worth a lot of money, especially with a road running through it and an open well. So, this is my thinking on the matter, is I would be happy to unburden ourselves with this property.
Dr. McNulty, did you say they offered 20,000?
That's correct.
So this says that they're getting it for $1, so
No, that should be
am
correct.
I reading it wrong?
Well,
That's what it said.
I think that's how all these deeds start out, but that they're giving $1 in good and valuable consideration, but we're actually getting $20,000.
$20,000 is,
But I don't see 20,000 anywhere on this.
just head on down.
Where would it?
It would be in printed email. There it is. Here's that.
That's it. Well,
Seller without, like.
Oh, it's down here on page 5 of 10.
Page 5, okay.
It says 20 to 35,000.
that's the
So
the
close to
estimate
lower end
of the
between-
value of it.
Oh, sorry about that.
We had basically, you worked with the
Yes, we did.
gentleman, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Beckett as well, was he involved?
Yeah, and actually he did, I believe, send later, yeah, he didn't? He was working on a final amendment to that would be at $20,000.
If there's any concern that it'll not be sold for $20,000, we can just make the motion to sell it for no less than $20,000.
Okay.
Motion to approve selling the property for no less than $20,000.
Okay. All right.
But we don't have no paperwork on that, it's $20,000.
Well,
That was-
it wouldn't be sold for less. If it made more, then we just made more money.
Okay.
If we can approve 20, then
What
We-
we gonna do with the money?
Oh,
Where would the money go?
Goes into general fund.
Need a second on this one?
I'll second it.
Okay. So we had a motion to sell this property for no less than $20,000 to the person listed on the deed, which is Jace E. Jones. So essentially, if we pass this motion, Dr. McNulty would have the authority to sell this land for at least $20,000. Okay. All right, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of selling the Rushing Road property for no less than $20,000, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right. Last item, weapons detection system for 5 secondary schools.
Good evening, Board. Tonight I'm asking for approval to purchase weapons detections for our secondary schools. I wish that I can stand in front of you tonight and say that we have not had a weapon brought to one of our schools, and unfortunately I can't. Thankfully, administration and security has created a culture that if you see something or hear something, you say something. But the current climate dictates that weapon detection is necessary, looking at the uptick of school shootings across the nation, as well as, current situations in district. Just to give you an example, last week we had 2 arrests of students, one for possession of a weapon on campus, as well as a kill list. So weapon detection is now necessary. We have 2 districts in our school. Well, we have 2 districts, Little Rock and North Little Rock, that currently uses the system that I'm requesting approval for tonight. Do we have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Tate.
I just wanted to, where do they go? Do they just go on one door or every door or?
So with the 8 systems that we're going to purchase, they will go at the bus entrance as well as the front entrance of the school. This system will allow us to move volumes of students because again, we're only looking for weapons at this particular time. We're not doing a country band or one more in-depth type of scheme. But again, these units will move multiple people, so this will make sure that we can get the students checked and in class on time.
Can you explain a little bit more of the mechanics of this? Is it a system that's installed inside at the doors, or is it operated by a person? How does it?
Yes, so this would be at the doors, but you would need minimal staff, 2 staff to be able to get students in. They would pass their Chromebooks, but then they would walk through the metal detector with their backpacks and just continue to move on and be scanned at that particular time.
So this system could detect a gun inside of a backpack without you having to dig through the backpack?
Correct. It would alert to us that there is a weapon, and then we would immediately take that student to the side and start a more thorough search.
Well, what do you think the false positives on that would be? Like, for example, is it a low false positive that it's a gun, but then it turns out to be cell phone or?
Well, it doesn't pick up on cell phones, so the false positives are low. But there is a testing mechanism that we use to make sure that it meets the threshold of a metal or a weapon.
Okay.
Is it similar to the one like at Baptist Hospital?
Yes.
So and then it'll detect what area it's in?
This one does not, because of the expense of that one. But that
I was like, that's cheap for that.
yeah, that's very expensive. But this one will alert to a weapon, and then again, we would have to actually take that particular person aside and then do a more thorough search.
Would you expect that this would just be It would have to be operated by a person, so you would do it, you wouldn't
It
have
would be continuous throughout the day.
oh, throughout the day, so, so if a person walked through the door, the secretaries could know that there was a problem?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
yes, easily, because there's a warning mechanism on the.
So if I went to the building or whatever with one of these installed and but it wasn't during the normal time students were coming in and out, they could tell if I needed to be
Yes,
pulled aside?
yes.
Okay. Before they get in the building?
Well, once they walk through the metal detector, so, depending on, the metal detector's gonna be at the door. So, we're gonna, we want to assign a security personnel or someone to that as a post, so that way it's always being monitored.
Okay.
And, so is this different from what they have at the games?
So
Like
what they,
walk
yes,
through?
yes, so, hopefully, the intent is to actually use this system so that we can move more people, through the gates. Because again, we're looking for, weapons and, trying to move multiple people. So we can get 3 or 4 people through at a time, very, very easy.
So I'm noticing on your estimate statement, it was from July, and it's only good for 30 days.
Yes, I contacted the, company and they will honor the quote.
And this comes out of operating?
We are also going to be looking at, in the future, for maybe other alternative funds to pay for it. But right now, operating.
Why do we not like what we currently have, and we haven't been using it regularly to say that we've even been using it?
So the issue with the current metal detectors is the capacity. And again, the ability to detect weapons only. Again, this particular software, this particular device will pick up guns, large knives, and those things. But the metal detectors that we have now is going to pick up your common change in your pocket, your cell phones, and so again, it's about moving more people through the lines so that we are not going to allow those students to be targeted for class.
Couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
They'll go in all of the high schools, so.
Yes, ma'am.
And then where's the 5th one gonna go?
We would have to evaluate which middle school in order to, do a test on and see how, which, and looking at some data and see how many incidents we've had. We're going to put one in there.
Can we start with 4 and just cover our high schools and see how that works before we buy a 5th one as a unnecessary need?
That is completely up to you.
Are they easy to transport?
Yes, they weigh about 30 pounds. So it's easy on rollers. So they're very easy to transport.
And I think, Mr. Elman, we talked about Sylvan Hills Junior High as really that 5th one because of the numbers. And I think Ms. Camp is here, who experienced us using the metal detectors at Robinson. And the difficulty with the older metal detectors, it took us, 15 to 20 minutes to get students in?
No, it took us an hour.
An hour. My bad. I was a bright sunny day during that spring. And this will keep a running flow of
Correct.
individuals through. And
Correct. We will be able to move a large group of students and in a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be used for a daily purpose, not just as needed or one in?
Yes, ma'am. Daily purpose.
As I think about Maumelle High School, there's the doors that you walk in, and then there's like a little lobby, and then the second set of doors that you would walk in, like to go into the office.
Yes, ma'am.
So would these go in that first set of doors that you walk in from the outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then we're going to have to work with the principals in order to make sure that we are getting the best use. So we may have to close off an exit, an exit door in the mornings and in the evenings. So we're going to keep direct traffic as to those particular metal detectors.
Are these on some sort of a subscription service, like where we pay, or we just buy the equipment and then it's ours, we don't have to pay a subscription or
Correct.
anything? Is there a way to add on to these later, like for example, if we wanted to tie in, as I go back to Maumelle High School, just because that's what I'm familiar with, if we wanted to implement something that would like immediately lock the doors if the metal detector went off, is that, would this equipment allow us to build on it later? Do you know?
No, ma'am. And there's not a system that I know of currently that's able to do that.
Okay.
Okay, so you say it's gonna take somebody to operate or to be there to monitor the machine?
Yes, ma'am.
How we gonna do that if we're not paying our security guards none? They complaining about not staying, so we're gonna have some equipment, but nobody to run it.
We hope to solve that issue in November.
Praise the Lord.
That's all I have.
Okay. So, we need a motion on this?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Ms. Potter has made a motion to approve the proposal as is, right? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Keller has seconded. Any further discussion on this? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the weapons detection system proposal, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
there you go. All right, that completes our action items. That brings us down to comments from the board.
I was going to talk to you, mainly Dr. McNulty, about IXL. I had some concerns as we kind of got some information about it today, but I'm sure we all really want to go home. So I'm going to save that for either after or another time.
So it'd be great. You and I and that wonderful group down there, especially Dr. Bubman, we're going to talk about IXL. We'll come to you.
Yeah.
I know many of the people who spoke about the other schools have left, but I just want everyone to know that it is our intention to try to honor the promises of a group that most of us weren't even on before, but there are realities of life, as we all know, from not getting a Mercedes when we get a Volkswagen. There's just so much money to go around, and as Dr. McNulty and Mr. Delaney said, Robinson is bursting at the seams, and they really haven't gotten any of this money that was promised 3 years ago. So I think, but we do have an intention to try to figure out ways to get the other schools accommodated as well.
I would like to piggyback off of that and just say, I know that College Station and Harris need attention, and I have expressed that in other meetings prior to tonight. I'm committed to making sure that they get attention, as well as making sure that Robinson, really all of our schools, but particularly the ones that promises were made to back in 2021. So I think that they definitely need to have the upgrades, or we need to do whatever it is that we need to do to make those schools safe. We just have to figure out where the money's gonna come from. And then the second thing is I just wanna again express how proud I am of Pine Forest Elementary for becoming a Blue Ribbon school this year. I'm so excited that they're in Maumelle and they're part of our community, and that just speaks volumes for the leadership over there, the teachers and the students, and I'm so proud of the students that spoke tonight. They were very well spoken. They were just precious. So I really enjoyed that, and I think they all have really bright futures ahead. It's always nice to see the students come up and give their perspective, so I love that.
Thank you, Luke, for coming. You were a pleasure to
No
talk.
problem. I'm honored to be invited.
You can come take my seat anytime.
He's way too calm for that.
So, I just want to say that and I alluded to this when we were talking about the facilities issues, is I wrote a resolution. I talked with Dr. McNulty about I've shared it with him, and that we needed to have I thought we needed to have some kind of statement from the board in writing, not just, words that individual board members said, but some kind of statement in writing from the board that is approved by the board that lays out the facts of the situation in one document, and then the board's intention for how to resolve the problem. And I wrote a draft resolution, but I didn't feel like putting it on here was appropriate until the board had made some kind of move towards how to spend the $23 million, or at least start that process. But I do intend to bring that resolution next time, after working with Dr. McNulty, for the board to review to see if it's something that it could support, that would get us something in writing that we can refer back to, that we agreed on would be how things would go. So that this, and I've been clear about this since at least August, and I felt this way longer than that, is that, we have to keep these promises. The timely part of keeping the promises, has passed. But the keeping of the promises or not keeping of the promises is still a choice the district and the board have. And the resolution that I'm drafting would essentially reaffirm those promises. And so I would expect to see something from me as a draft to get to the board to look at, related to that type of stuff in November.
You can write up a resolution, but you just say it's from the majority of the board, because I'm not gonna sign when we have our priorities, mixed up.
Anyone else? Okay. Comments from the superintendent?
It's a long evening. I want to thank everyone for being here. It was exciting to see our students. It was exciting to see the successes of our teacher of the year, our Blue Ribbon School. I want to compliment our leadership, and that's our teacher leadership, that's our building leadership, that's our district leadership. Because one of the things that Ms. Thomas talked about was systems, and we put systems in place that support students and support all students and the achievement of all students. And the success that we saw at Pine Forest is part and parcel the work that we're trying to do across this district. We haven't had any schools evaluated in now 2 years, I believe. Is that correct, Dr. Whitfield?
2 years.
Yeah. We have not had any schools evaluated by the state in the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
And we're excited to see the work of our professional staff and our students, hopefully in data sometime in late October or November. Because without that, it's really hard to have continuous improvement. And that's what we're about, continuous improvement, from instruction to personnel to facilities. So I want to thank everyone for the work they've done, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McNulty. That brings us down to our consent agenda. I'll take a motion on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Mr. Keller's made a motion. I'll second it. Discussion on the consent agenda.
Second.
I already did it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Keller motion, Delaney second. Last chances on the consent agenda. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 6-0. Do we still have a waiver hearing? No, we're done with the waiver hearing, or we don't have it tonight? Okay. That's going to bring us down to our executive session. It's the superintendent's evaluation. So I will make a motion to put us into executive session for personnel. Pursuant to Arkansas law, I move we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment of an employee or employees. I made the motion. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Dr. Tay seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are in executive session. We back? Nope. We back? Okay. All right. We have returned from executive session where no action was taken and no decisions were reached. We have completed the superintendent's evaluation for this year. And there's nothing more to do, so I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion?
Okay, Ms. Potter's made a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, we are adjourned.